Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was trained by the Justice League? MHA x DC, Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Justice League. Rise of Deku Season 1 by JediAura. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Pros heroes are always risking their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So honestly, no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Izuku felt down after All Might said that to him. The fact that it was said by his idol of all people shattered his hope. After seeing the damage on All Might's torso, he could kind of understand the risks, but it really felt like his dream to become a hero like him. All Might says as he makes his way to the rooftops door, "If you want to help people, there are plenty other ways to do it. You could become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession." As he opens the door and prepares to leave, he finished his conversation with Izuku. "It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic. Understand?" Izuku never moved after All Might said those things. It's still hitting him hard after having high hopes when meeting his hero. As he was going down the stairway, All Might checks his pocket to see if the bottle holding the sludge villain he caught earlier was still there. "Now let's get you back to the station." He suddenly realized the pocket was empty, causing him to frantically to see if he dropped it somewhere on the stairs. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounds off somewhere else in the city, which All Might sees smoke going up in the sky like a tall pillar of darkness. The sludge villain must have fallen out when the boy took off with him. All Might could only think one thing: not good. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, two reporters walked down the street, one of them taking the lead as the other tried to keep up. The reporter falling behind tries to call out to the one ahead, "Lois, wait up." The reporter named Lois finally stops and turns around to see him finally reaching her. She tells him, "You probably should have gotten running shoes if it's that hard for you to keep up in a busy Japanese street, Smallville." The male reporter stops to catch his breath after having to practically hurry after Lois and dodge the busy crowds of people on the sidewalks, finally able to get his bearings and look at her. He looks at Lois as people move past them. "I never asked when we took off, but why are we getting a story all the way over in Japan?" Lois responds to his question. Perry decided a good scoop to cover would be to get some thoughts about the new hero team from some of the best heroes here. It's either here where there's a whole library full of heroes, or we go searching in Gotham or Bloodhaven for one of the vigilantes. The male reporter looks at the bustling of the streets, every once in a while spotting a new person in a hero costume, clearly a hint that superheroes were more normal here than over in America. If Superman made his debut here, it wouldn't be as special as anyone else's first time saving lives here. Lois says while turning back around, "Come on Clark, if we're lucky, we might even get All Might's criticism on the Justice League." Clark Kent tries to keep up, but that didn't stop him from thinking about how the League was formed. It felt like it was just last week when an alien invasion happened and he had to team up with Bruce and a couple of others to take them down. Originally, the world, minus Japan and America, were ready to have him establish the world's peace, but the invasion proved that he couldn't protect the world alone. It seemed a surprise to most of the world when it became international knowledge that him and the same people who helped him save the world were going to form a team that would be personally responsible for protecting anyone defenseless against evil. Hence the interviews him and Lois were trying to get in the world's most strict hero society. But it bothered him while he was here about what Bruce told him about doing hero work in Japan. He told him that for now, Japan was mostly out of bounds for the Justice League due to their requirements for quirk users to have a license to do hero work there. While none of the heroes in the League actually had anything that even genetically counted as quirks, they nevertheless had powers without the need of a quirk, so the law left him barely any choice. It was a good point since a huge chunk of heroes were here, so there was no worries since there would always be someone to come save the people. But it still bothered Clark that he would have to sit on the sidelines and not use his abilities to help those in need. Was it really right for him to not help, even if the law forbids him from doing it? Clark's train of thought and Lois' rush were both stopped by the sound of a distant explosion, followed by seeing a lot of smoke rising from the direction of the sound. Lois' reporting instincts obviously just kicked in as she starts running to where it came from, with Clark trying to keep up again. At this point, Clark would have hid himself and tried to change outfits, but he remembers that he wasn't allowed to do hero work here, so he stayed in his civilian guise again to get the scoop with Lois on whatever was happening on that block of the city. Though he couldn't help to shake the feeling something was wrong here. Back at the roof with Izuku. An explosion went off, finally getting Izuku out of his saddened trance and instinctively getting excited again. He says as he runs towards the door, "A villain. I wonder which hero will show." He was stopped in his tracks when he remembered what All Might said earlier. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So honestly, no, I don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Izuku left the place feeling down now and seeing no point in eagerly going to see the action happening. Back on the streets. All Might's frail form runs as fast as it could to where he hoped wasn't what he thought it was causing all of the commotion in this side of the city. Police had arrived on scene with death arms and a couple of heroes to see what caused the situation. Right in the center of the radius of where the explosion was stood a monster made of sludge. Accompanied by a young boy as a hostage. Death Arms yells as he charges and jumps at the sludge villain. "It's taken someone hostage. How dare you prey on a child?" He tries to punch it, but it does nothing but get his arm stuck in the mass of sludge. He says as he tries to get out, "What the hell is this? Some kinda goo." The sludge villain knocks him away and he crashed into something as two heroes go to check on him. The pile of slime says to the heroes, "Stay back or I'll snap his neck." The boy yells out once he got his mouth out, "You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of. Let me go." Explosions rang out across the area as the boy tries to fight his way out of the sludge villain's hold, which only made the situation worse for the heroes. Most of the heroes were forced to rescue those trapped inside burning buildings while a firefighter-themed one focused on putting the fires out. A crowd had formed to see what was going on, with the police now having to keep them back in so no one would hurt or taken hostage as well. Clark and Lois arrived on scene as well, trying to navigate through the tight crowd to try and get to the front. Lois managed to get to the best spot on the front, but Clark was stuck somewhere in the middle and eventually got to the back of the crowd to breathe again. Clark decided to ask any of the bystanders what was going on. "Excuse me, sir, but what's happening out there?" The man he asked a question to explain the situation. Some goo-like villain that All Might was chasing earlier took a kid hostage. To make matters worse, the kid's using his quirk in a panic and causing the fires around here. The heroes are trying everything, but nothing's working. Clark decided to use X-ray vision and super hearing to scope out what was wrong in the rescue besides the kid's quirk. There was Death Arms with a baseball hero trying to help keep the crowd and the monster separated. A firefighter hero was busy trying to calm down the blazing fires around them, so that one was out. A wooden hero was too busy dodging flames while rescuing people, and being made of wood means he couldn't save the kid without getting burned by fire. And finally, there was a giant female hero who couldn't get through due to the narrow streets, meaning she would have to risk destroying several buildings if she wanted to help. None of these heroes can take on the sludge villain without causing harm to the boy or anyone around them. Clark thinks while the crowd focused on the scene. Where's All Might? If he was chasing the villain, he should have been here by now. He looks around the area again, not able to find any sign of him until he spots a frail figure at the far right side of the back of crowd. The reporter was now confused on the state of him. Why is he like that? And why can't he help? Using X-ray vision, he sees All Might's injury on his torso, visibly flinching when he saw the damage inside. Clark was now left with more questions. What happened to him in the past few years? Now he knew almost the whole situation now. With the kid's dangerous quirk paired with none of the heroes able to harm the sludge villain and All Might out of commission, this was a disaster waiting to happen. Meanwhile, Izuku had arrived at the scene of the action too, thinking to himself, "Why am I here? Did I subconsciously walk here?" He walks across the street to the back of the crowd. "I shouldn't even stop, all of my notes are useless." Izuku then sees what the crowd was watching, the sludge villain with a hostage. He thinks as he sees the carnage, that can't be, All Might captured him. The boy then remembers that he took off with All Might earlier, which means at any point in the air, the bottle could have fallen out. Izuku realizes the real problem. That means, it's my fault. One person asks, "I don't understand. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Another person answered the man. Apparently he's got some kid hostage. Izuku thought back to the time he was being choked by the sludge villain earlier, shivering at the memory of almost blacking out forever because of that monster. A person from the crowd asks, "Isn't that the guy All Might was chasing earlier?" Another one says, "Seriously? Where is that guy?" A woman asks, "Can someone call him?" The person before the woman asks, "Why hasn't he shown up to help the heroes?" Izuku could only look down in guilt at what he realized he had done. If he hadn't grabbed onto All Might and gotten in the way of his work, this situation would never have happened. Now someone might die today. Because of him. Izuku blames himself in his thoughts. I'm the one to blame. He wasted his energy on me. All Might practically beat himself up as he held his side. I'm worthless. He can't power up yet, and none of the other heroes have the quirks to stop this monster. So pathetic. It's my fault. I'm sorry, so sorry. A disgrace. Help will show up and save the day. I'm sure. I'm not a real hero. A real hero will come soon. The kid struggles against the monster more as it was getting closer to claiming him as a new host, and killing the original owner. It was then that Izuku spotted the desperate eyes on the face of someone he never knew would need saving, Bakugo. Q. You say run. Here. Something inside Izuku flipped on in an instant that he realized his old friend was in trouble. He started running on instinct, past the crowd, police and heroes, going straight towards the sludge villain. Not only was the crowd and heroes shocked at what Izuku was doing, but also All Might and Clark at the back. Death Arms calls out to him. No, you idiot, stop. You're gonna get yourself killed. The sludge villain looks at what was coming. Not this brat again. Bakugo could barely stay conscious as he sees the figure running this way, Deku. Izuku runs towards the monster in a crazed run that he couldn't stop himself, dodging fire and debris as he heads to the rescue. His mind panics at what he was doing. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? The sludge villain yells as it prepares an attack. Little asterisk 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 asterisk. Izuku tries to figure what he should do. What do I do? What would a hero do? He then remembered his notes on Kamui Woods and his preemptive binding lacquered chain prison, which was a tactic used to make enemies flinch before he traps them. Page 25. Right? Izuku grabs his backpack and hurls it at the sludge villain. Take this. His books managed to hit the monster in the eye, making it flinch long enough for Bakugo to free his face and breathe, coughing from choking on the slime around him. Kachan. Izuku yells before he reached him and claws at the sludge villain, trying desperately to free him. Bakugo was barely catching his breath in the monster as he sees Izuku try to save him. What the hell? Why are you here? Izuku responds panicking. I don't know, my legs, they just started moving. Clark had heard that part as he was listening in, finding this something even heroes from his country would have a tough time not being able to stop. Izuku's narration. I don't know why I did what I did. Flashbacks. Sorry kid, that's not gonna happen. You really think they'd let someone like you in? So honestly, no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Izuku's narration. Maybe it was the look on his face. Back to the previous scene. Izuku looks at Bakugo with teary eyes. Kachan. I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. All Might was suddenly hit with inspiration from Izuku's brave actions. Clark felt similarly motivated to do what's right, even if it was going to cost him, immediately running away from the crowd to an alleyway next to the scene. Bakugo yells out loud. Get the hell off me. All Might tries to focus the power throughout his body again. I have to do something. No matter the cost. The sludge villain says as it looks at Izuku and reels back a limb to attack. Just a little bit longer, kid. And I'm done playing with you. Death Arms and the heroes rush towards the monster. Save the boy. This thing will kill him. The slimy arm came down hard, creating a big blast in the area that most could see. Izuku had covered face, visibly flinching for that attack, but it never hit him. Voices from the crowd showed some sort of amazement at something. Is that who I think it is? What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be over in that city in America? Izuku heard the voices and looks to see a tall figure wearing a cape, but he couldn't see who it really was due to the smoke messing with his sight. Whoever this hero was, he took the hit for Izuku head on, only getting pushed back a couple of inches. The figure says to the monster, "Let the kid go." The sludge villain tries to attack him and Izuku, but the hero blows at the goo so hard, the arm froze into ice. The hero punches the ice and also lands some hits across the monster's face, narrowly missing Bakugo. Unfortunately, the sludge villain repairs itself quickly, getting back on the offensive as the hero switches to using some kind of laser from its eyes. The hero tries to come up with a plan. If I freeze him or burn him, I risk harming the kid inside. Punching him barely has any effect either, plus the villain can just move the boy's face in the way. A quick glance from the individual would show that All Might was trying to build up power inside him. The hero stares back at the monster again. I have to keep it busy until All Might can join the fight. The sludge villain tries to attack from an angle, forcing the hero to grab Izuku and dodge the strike, the impact causing a crater in the spot they were at. The mysterious hero uses that freeze breath again to encompass most of the slime criminal, barely able to avoid getting Bakugo frozen. A quick punch to the ice severely damaged the goo, leaving the hero a chance to use that strange laser again to try to free Bakugo with. The sludge villain heals enough to try striking again, creating more damage in the area paired with smoke. A familiar voice says, "I really am pathetic." Izuku looks and sees All Might blocking the strike. All Might, be you?" All Might says, "I told you the traits to make a great champion, but I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideals." The great hero breaks free and grabs onto the villain despite the blood spewing out of his mouth. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. The sludge villain yells, "Asterisk asterisk 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 you, All Might." All Might yells as he comes in with a powerful punch, Detroit, smash. He hit the villain so hard, wind built up all around them. The mystery hero grabbed Izuku and shielded him from the strong winds, while the giant hero Mount Lady covers crowds of people from the unbelievable gusts. The hit was so powerful that it not only defeated the villain and created a massive twister, but it started to rain when the twister died. It was silent for a while, no one saying a word. Soon All Might planted his feet and raised a fist into the air, signaling that the enemy was beaten and they had won. The crowd burst into cheers as All Might looked down at an unconscious Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku's narration after that, the heroes gathered the mounds of sludge, and the villain went into police custody where he belonged. I got chewed out by the heroes. I wanted to apologize to All Might, but he was swarmed by reporters. I didn't want to interrupt. I can always send a message to his website. Along the way home, Bakugo caught up and yelled at me along the lines of me trying to help not meaning anything. I didn't pay much care to it anyways, I've been used to it by now. But then something else unexpected happened on the way home. On the way home, Izuku looked where Bakugo just took off after scolding him. Kachan is right though, it's not like I did anything to help today. But, at least I tried. He turns around to go towards home. Guess I'll get back to giving up on my dreams again. A voice speaks up not from behind, but from the air above him. Are you the same boy who tried to help earlier? Izuku looks up and is surprised to see someone flying down to him, and not with wings or anything a quirk usually has. Hero name: Superman. Occupations: Defender of Metropolis and the World, member of the Justice League and America's Rank 1 hero. Quirk: Powers. Kryptonian. Quirk power description: being exposed to the sun grants his alien biology the following powers: superhuman strength, flight, near invulnerability, heat vision and X-ray vision, super breath and freeze breath, super hearing. This guy's got it all. Author's note: I dare anyone to imagine present Mike trying to read Justice League bios like he does in the show. Back to the scene. Izuku was surprised to see him, but at least it didn't scare him half to death like when All Might turned back to his weak fork. He says, Superman, what are you doing here? Izuku remembers seeing news and some articles about Superman doing a few deeds that reached Japan's attention, but he didn't exactly get in his knowledge as much as the others. At this point, nearly everyone in the world knew what kind of hero Superman was. While Izuku knew who he was, All Might was still his favorite for always giving hope to his people and being there to save the day with a smile on his face. Superman lands on his feet in front of Izuku before giving him a normal smile. I came here to thank you for what you did back there. If you didn't step in, most of us would have just watched helplessly as your friend became a victim to the villain. Izuku responds shyly out of not expecting praise from one of the world's greatest heroes. Oh, thank you, but it's my fault the situation started in the first place. I got in the way of All Might and the villain got free while he was distracted with me. Superman raised a brow in response. Sounds to me like the mistake is really on All Might. You can't blame yourself for the times a hero messes up. Izuku admitted he had a point, because the sludge villain was technically All Might's responsibility, so it was really on him if the villain was free on his watch. But he still felt the effects of what All Might said to him before leaving the rooftop earlier. Superman asks him, if you don't mind me asking, what's got you in such a mood right now? Izuku sighs and decides to be honest with him, feeling he could trust him to not go out and humiliate him in front of everyone. I met All Might, and learned the truth about how he does hero work, as well as the cost of being a hero. It's not possible to be a hero, if you have no quirk to use. Superman looked questioning of All Might's claim. Guess the kid and All Might haven't been introduced to Bruce yet. The hero then asks him, tell me Izuku, before All Might told you this, what was your version of a hero? Izuku thinks for a while, getting the answer he wanted a minute later. Someone who helps people and gives them hope. At least that's how he saw All Might before he told him what is required to be a hero. Superman tells him, your answer is bigger than you think it is. It doesn't just fit super-powered heroes, but people who dedicate their lives to helping others, like police, firefighters and medics. Izuku nods, thinking this was him repeating what All Might said about getting a job like police. Superman continues, but your definition also means other people. It could be someone helping a friend recover from loss. It could be someone finding a lost kid and bringing them to their family. It even be something like getting someone who doesn't know what to do a reason to keep going. Izuku looks at him, the message suddenly sinking in more. Superman adds more to his explanation. There's something most true heroes I've met have in common with you. They faced trouble without even thinking twice about what would happen to them. Izuku's eyes threatened to tear up as he realized what he was being told. He then heard words he dreamed All Might would tell him. The words he never knew he was going to hear. And they came from Superman of all people. Young man, you already are a hero. Izuku was on his knees crying out after hearing those words, which restored his faith in himself and his dream. Izuku's narration. Dreams can become reality. Oh, and by the way, this is just the beginning of the story on how I become one of the greatest heroes in the world. Izuku's narration. Superman. There's almost not a single person that hasn't heard of at least one time he came to save the day. His first appearance in public as a hero took the world by storm, headlines on papers and news channels for days. He did what no hero before had done and stopped a plane from wrecking Metropolis, saving thousands of lives and preventing a catastrophe. Now whenever he shows up in that blue costume with a red cape and the S logo on his chest, people feel relieved, like he already assures them that they'll be safe. Superman is also considered one of the world's best heroes, with All Might being too close to call the title for either of them. Yet this hero I barely knew, saw something in me that even I couldn't see. Back to the scene from the last episode. Young man, you already are a hero. Izuku was in tears and on the ground, feeling emotional from having his hope restored by the American hero. Superman offers a hand to help Izuku up, the boy soon looking up at him again. The Man of Steel says to him, you know, you remind me about someone I know. I wonder if you'd want to meet him and a few others. Izuku asks him after he managed to clear his eyes of the tears. Others, you mean a team. This was a new development for the boy since he heard Superman usually saves the day on his own, so him to say he was going to introduce him to other heroes meant that he was on a team now. Superman nods and tells him, ever since an alien invasion hit most of the world, me and a group of heroes who stopped them decided to form a new team to protect our world from threats on our planet and beyond. He says as he gestured to the air. Up in space orbiting our planet is a space station that holds Earth's newest team, the Justice League. Izuku was surprised with this news, now knowing there was more out there than just the heroes and teams of heroes that would be responsible for the world's safety. While the symbol of peace was still working solo in Japan, the symbol of hope was in league with a few other symbols of the world's protection. Superman tells him, "If you get the chance, I'd like to you come meet the Justice League. Maybe it might help you on your dream." Izuku thinks to himself, "This seems a bit much for me, but Superman has already done so much for me by saving my life and giving me encouraging words. And I won't get another chance like this again in my life." He then looks at the hero and smiles some. "Yes, I'd like to come visit soon." Superman returns that smile with his own. "If you're free 2 days from now, I can see about getting you to the Watchtower. I'll call you and give you the place to pick you up at." Izuku nods and says, "I'll see you later then, Superman. Thanks." Just before both of them were about to leave, they suddenly got a brand new visitor who slid out of a nearby alley. "I am here." Izuku freaks out after suddenly seeing All Might arrives, and in the same place as Superman. He says to him, "All Might, how did you get rid of all those reporters?" All Might laughs and tells him, "I stand for justice, not sound bites. Because I am all MI." He suddenly stopped when he saw Superman was there too, that and suddenly getting knocked back into his weaker form due to time limit, spitting more blood out of his mouth again. All Might wipes the blood off his face and says, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Superman?" Izuku looks at All Might with surprise. "Wait, you him?" All Might nods and says to the boy, "During my time in America, one of the cities I visited was Metropolis. When I was there, a fire broke out in a building with people trapped inside. I stopped the building from collapsing as firefighters were putting out the flames. And during that rescue, Superman showed up and saved a young girl and a fireman from being trapped inside. Ever since our first meeting, we kind of came to respect each other and our ideals." Superman changes the conversation to something important. "I used X-ray vision on your wound. That injury isn't natural or from a usual quirk. You need to get that fixed." All Might sighs and tells him, "I tried to fix it, but Recovery Girl's quirk would risk killing me in the process of healing it with her quirk." Superman then thinks to himself, "This doesn't look good. If a villain from here, Metropolis or Gotham finds out about All Might's weakness, then they could attempt to murder him and throw Japan into chaos. This may need Bruce's insight." The Kryptonian hero says to All Might, "I was planning on getting Izuku to come with me to the Watchtower, but it looks like I may need to add another passenger along for the ride. Want to come meet the Justice League, All Might?" All Might was surprised by the offer as well and decided to agree to it anyways, knowing Superman might know some kind of plan he didn't. "Sure, I never got to personally see some of your friends." Superman turns around and says before taking off into the air, "Be sure to meet with Izuku at the place I give you." Izuku watches in amusement as he left the place with the power of flight, an ability not many heroes in Japan had except for Hawks. All Might looks at the boy and says, "Young man, I came to apologize to you for what I said earlier." Izuku tells him, "It's all right, All Might. I understand you were just trying to get me to see that it's not easy as it looks. Besides, Superman told me a hero is more than meets the eye." All Might didn't expect that Superman gave that encouraging message to him, but then again this was a guy who inspired others like All Might did. He shakes his head some. "I know, but that was no excuse for me to crush your dreams like that. As the symbol of peace, it's one of my jobs to inspire others to be the best they can be, just like how Superman does the same for America and the rest of the world." All Might concluded in his apology, "I failed to live up to my ideals today and I nearly cost a life. I understand if you don't trust me anymore after what I said, but know that just like you, I make mistakes and try to hide the fear I have. There may be nothing I can do to restore your faith in me, but at least I can let you know I regret my words." Izuku smiles back at him. "I forgive you, All Might. But I won't give up on my dream either." All Might felt relieved that Izuku didn't hate him any, smiling back at the kid. "Me too, Midoriya, me too." Izuku's narration. "After that, I met up with All Might at a beach 2 days later. Superman had to come pick us up in a ride that would take us to the Watchtower, since neither of us could survive the vacuum of space. The aircraft's name was the JAVELIN-7. Once we were in the stratosphere, we could only watch as our destination came closer. Outside Earth's atmosphere, Izuku was with All Might as Superman piloted the Javelin 7 to its destination. Both of Superman's passengers were in their casual clothes since Izuku didn't have school today. Superman asks them, "First time in space for both of you, right?" Izuku nods in response. "I didn't think hero work needed to be done in space." Superman tells them, "Trust me, there's more deadly villains beyond our moon than what a few weeks in your hometown can bring. In fact, one of our members has a job that involves arresting them and protecting our sector of space." All Might says to him from his seat, "Sounds like a hassle to do every week. And I can barely keep my form for 3 hours." Their destination soon came into view. The Watchtower. Izuku could only gasp at the sight of the massive station, the place looking literally like a giant tower looking down on the world. All Might was surprised at the place and asks, "How did you afford something that advanced?" Superman answered reluctantly, trying to avoid giving any secrets. "One of my friends has his ways." The ship soon landed inside the Watchtower's hangar, the door opening for the three to step out. Izuku looks around and is amazed at how high-tech the Watchtower was, and they were still in the hangar. A figure speaks up, "Superman." Izuku turns to where the voice came from and immediately opened his eyes at the sight of another hero. But this one looked completely different from all of the bizarre people in his country, even though some had things like a cactus for a head. Who was this? Hero name: Martian Manhunter. Occupation: last survivor of Mars and member of the Justice League. Quirk: powers: Martian. Quirk: power description: his alien biology grants him the ability to shapeshift, read minds, use telepathy and go through solid objects. Might wanna clear your head, or else he'll know everything about you. Martian Manhunter asks, "Superman, why did you bring 2 strangers on board using the Javelin?" Superman tells him, "They're guests that I thought I'd introduce to the League. Besides, one of them has a problem that I feel we should try to solve." He then introduced them. "Guys, this is Jean Jones, otherwise known as Martian Manhunter. Jean, this is Izuku Midoriya and All Might." Jean looked at All Might's weak form in confusion. "What happened to you?" All Might says to him, "It's a long story, I'll tell you and the others later." Jean says to Superman, "I have no idea how everyone will react to the fact you brought a child on board the Watchtower." Superman nods and responds back, "I know, I take full responsibility if something happens while Izuku is here." He also takes note that Izuku's reaction was different than what most people would have of him, simply looking at Jean in amazement rather than fear. Izuku asks him, "If you don't mind me asking, what quirk do you use?" Jean raised a brow in confusion. "Quirk?" Superman tells Izuku, "None of our members are quirk users." Izuku's reaction was confusion mixed with surprise. "Wait, if he has no powers, then why is he like this?" Superman answered him, "He's a Martian from Mars. His species has powers here." Izuku was stunned that he was literally looking at an alien from another planet, which All Might also looked similarly surprised. Superman adds to the conversation, "Aside from him and one other member, I also came from another planet." Izuku's surprise increased at the fact that a lot of the world's heroes were not born on Earth, which this alone changed the perception on quirks. He mumbles constantly after hearing it. But if there are heroes from other worlds, then that would mean powers are not a form of evolution or natural change. Jean, Superman and All Might all kept hearing Izuku ramble on about stuff he knew about quirks and the society built around them. Jean tried reading his mind while he was distracted, getting tons of data that was starting to become too much for him to take all at once. All Might interrupted him, "Okay, I think that's enough, kid." Another figure runs in and says, "Hey Supes, you might wanna go to the bridge. You know who definitely saw you leave with the Javelin earlier." Just imagine he's smiling or smirking in this image. Hero name: The Flash. Occupation: Defender of Central City, fastest man alive and member of the Justice League. Quirk: powers: Speed Force. Quirk: power description: he can run at unbelievable speeds due to the energy in his body. He's also fast enough to vibrate his molecules and phase through solid objects. Good luck catching this guy. Superman tells him, "I'll go over there and talk with him." Could you and Jean show these two around to the other members? This is Izuku Midoriya and All Might. Flash looks at Izuku and smiles. What's up, kid? I'm the Flash. He demonstrated his skills by suddenly getting right behind him with his speed, almost as if he teleported from one place to another. Izuku quickly tried to get over the scare of Flash running behind him and sees him. That speed is amazing. You might be even faster than Ingenium. Flash looks at him confused. In what now? Izuku says. He's a speedy hero like you. Do you have a quirk too? Flash shrugs. Don't know what you're talking about. I technically count under some technical name called metahumans. Now it was Izuku's turn to be confused. Metahumans. All Might tells him. Think of them as like the distant cousins of quirk users. While quirks are completely genetic and can be passed from person to person, metahumans wind up these powers on accident or through experiments. Izuku now understood that there was more than one category to superheroes now: aliens, metahumans and quirk users. Flash says, "Come on, let's show you to the rest of the guys." Flash takes them to the main deck of the Watchtower, where 3 more heroes were there talking until they spotted them. Hero name: Wonder Woman. Occupation: Amazon Princess and member of the Justice League. Quirk powers: Olympian. Quirk power description: being trained by Amazon warriors and being gifted powers by the Olympic gods, she's got super speed, strength, agility and can fly. She's also equipped with reflective bracelets and the lasso of truth, which forces you to be honest. Best not to make the gods angry, or else this gal's coming after you. Hero name: Green Lantern. Occupation: Green Lantern Corps for Sector 2814, aka Earth's part of the universe and member of the Justice League. Powers: Quirk. Willpower. Quirk power description: using the ring, he can wield his own willpower and the will of others to shoot lasers, make constructs and fly through space. His imagination and will are literally the only limits on his ring. Imagine she's not holding her mace in this picture. Hero name: Hawkgirl. Occupation: member of the Justice League. Powers: Quirk. Thonogarian. Quirk power description: her species is born and grows up with wings that can help them fly in the air. Her kind is also warriors trained to fight, giving her brutal strength in combat. The mace she wields is made of nth metal, one of the toughest metals in the universe, and can affect magic. Don't take this girl on, or she'll send you soaring. GL asks, Flash, why did you bring a kid on board? I thought one of the rules was to not bring civilians to the Watchtower. Flash tells him, chill, GL, Soups brought him here to meet you guys. Jean adds, and he helped save someone a few days ago, so Superman thought getting to know everyone here would be a good reward. Wonder Woman goes over to Izuku. My name is Diana of Themyscira. Izuku asks, what's Themyscira? Diana tells him, it's an island where the Amazon warriors live, though the gods of Olympus keep it hidden from the world. Izuku couldn't help but find it strange that there was an entire island with just women. If a man wounded up there, they wouldn't last long. Izuku looks at her, so the type of hero you are is Amazon. Wonder Woman nods, yes, my people are the most fit you can get other than a few heroes. Hawkgirl tells him, I'm called Hawkgirl around here. You can already tell why. Izuku looks at Hawkgirl's wings. Yours looks different to Hawk's from my country. His wings can send out the feathers to multitask, but your feathers look practically part you. Hawkgirl gets in the air a little to show him. These are the real deal, kid. Izuku looks at GL. What's your powers? GL shows the ring and he glows. My ring uses my willpower as a Green Lantern Corps member to make anything, as long as it helps the situation. Izuku could only respond with, whoa. Flash tells him, well, we're saving the best for last. Maybe he's dove talking with Superman now. They finally go to the bridge, where there's one more figure there. Upon turning around, Izuku was hit with a wave of overwhelming intimidation. Hero name: Batman. Occupation: Defender of Gotham, Dark Knight of superheroes and member of the Justice League. Powers: Quirk. None. Wait, what? No powers. Then how the heck does he do it? Izuku tries to stay calm. Who are you? Jean tells him, this is Batman, one of the founders of the Justice League. Izuku asks, What kind of hero is he? Flash tells him. Probably falls under the vigilante category. Izuku was confused at the answer. Vigilante. All Might puts a hand on his shoulder. That's a term for heroes who do work without getting much authority from law enforcement. They're pretty much the black sheep of heroes. He then says, "Nice to meet you. I heard from Superman you used to work with him." Batman finally speaks, the low and moody voice showing no signs of emotion. "Superman gave me the info on your situation. You will join us for a meeting to discuss your current position, Toshinori." All Might coughs upon hearing Batman already know his original name. "How did you know?" Izuku decided to ask. What exactly is Batman's powers? Everyone fell silent for a while, not sure how to break it to Izuku and All Might. Jean decided to be the one to end the tension. It may be hard to believe, but he has no powers. Izuku was shocked beyond belief, with All Might not far behind with his eyes widened. Both of them say out loud, "What?" Flash says, "Yeah." It shocks everyone first time. Izuku begins to mumble again. This is impossible. That implies that heroes aren't an occupation, but a form of volunteering that is chosen by. Everyone seemed to be annoyed by Izuku's long think train, though Batman seemed to be the only one capable of observing what he was saying. The Dark Knight managed to stop Izuku without yelling. "The point is that I don't need powers to protect Gotham, Midoriya." Flash tells the kid, "Just see him in action and you'll know why he's here." Batman tells Izuku, "Stay here and don't touch anything." The heroes left Izuku alone as they went to a meeting. Later at the meeting table, all 7 members of the League were seated, with All Might being given an extra chair to sit in. All Might had debriefed them on everything about himself, having to get them to swear to keep this knowledge a secret. It included knowledge of One for All being his quirk passed down to him, his injury and even info on his nemesis. Flash asks, "So let me get this straight. You got your powers from this Nana lady who died facing a bad guy that's been around since Japan started getting powers?" All Might nods to confirm his question. GL adds to the questions. "And this same guy's the one responsible for giving you the injury?" All Might answers, "Yes, but he's gone now. My fight with him finished him for good." Batman questions his confidence in his victory. "Are you willing to bet he might not be gone?" All Might nods. There was no way he could have survived. Batman points out a fact to him. Yet Japan has no autopsy report of what happened to him. No knowledge of where his body is either. Superman says, "As much as I hate to admit it, he's got a point. If there's no way to confirm if he's dead or captured, then that means your nemesis could still be out there." After hearing from All Might about the lifelong nemesis of One for All quirk, it chilled Superman to think what would happen if he teamed up with one of his rogues gallery. Hawkgirl suggests, "Why not go searching for him then? If he's been badly injured from his last fight, then he shouldn't be able to put up a fight if we find him." All Might tells her, "If he is alive, then it's a bad idea to straight after him without knowing if he's got any allies. He uses other quirk users as his puppets until they're mindless or he takes their quirks himself, so there's no telling how many goons we have to fight to get to him." Batman tells him, "If it really was that simple to take him out, your mentor would have done it before you did. The simple truth is that you're in a weaker position than you were 5 years ago. You need to have a plan in the event he does come back." All Might looks at Batman. "I do have a plan. It's Midoriya." Wonder Woman was a little surprised. "You plan on passing your quirk to him?" Superman intervened. "That's a horrible idea. One for All would be too much for his body to handle." All Might tries to reassure the group. "That's why I plan to give him a workout session to make his body perfect enough for it. If he can complete it within 10 months, he should be ready for Ua and my quirk." GL tells him, "This isn't a sparring partner, All Might. This is a kid in his early teens. You could get him fit, but using One for All in his current size would break all the bones in his arm at least." Hawkgirl looks at Batman, expecting he knows an answer. "Then how do we prepare in case All Might's nemesis comes back?" Wonder Woman proposes an idea. "What if I try to seek help from Apollo?" All Might was confused. "Apollo?" WW explains. "Apollo is the god of healing and prophecy. If I can contact him, he could offer to heal your wound." GL asks her, "Will that work?" None of us really know if the gods are going to care about All Might. Superman says, I don't think they have much choice, or else All Might's nemesis will take Japan unopposed. Maybe even the world itself if he's that strong. All Might looks at Wonder Woman. I'll take whatever they can give to recover my strength, Diana. He then asks, what about Midoriya though? What should be done about him? Hawkgirl looks at him. I thought Superman would only give him a tour. All Might answers her, Midoriya is determined to be a hero. And after learning that Batman doesn't have any powers, that's basically encouraging him to try anyways. Superman nods. He's got a good point. Izuku may be weak in form, but he's more intelligent than most kids his age. He also has notes on most of Japan's heroes, noting their quirks, tactics, weaknesses and other likely bits of info. Jean adds, after reading his mind, I found out that he also has some info on Superman. He even has a list of predictions on who's his secret identity. Batman was secretly impressed that Izuku had managed to catalog so many heroes. Flash decides to help. Maybe we could help him reach that school he wanted. He's got 10 months, so that's plenty of time for warm-ups. Batman finally decided, we can try this, but Izuku is Superman's responsibility. If he can't handle the training, then there's no point in us teaching him. With Izuku, Flash runs over and says, guess what, we're gonna help you get prepared for UA. Izuku's eyes lit up. Really? Flash nods. Yeah, Supes and All Might are taking full responsibility for you reaching that school. Izuku smiles at the news, now feeling more confident that he can reach his goals if he tries hard enough. Preview. All Might. A preview is here. Batman. Why are you doing this? All Might. Why are you here? Batman. Because you won't stop yelling here. All Might. Touché. Batman. Just get this done. All Might. Young Midoriya gets the training of a lifetime with yours truly and sponsored by Batman. Batman. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to meet my expectations. All Might. Wanna bet on it? Batman. Your move. All Might. Next time. Watchtower workout. All Might. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. After meeting the Justice League, I was given the chance to not only be trained by them, but All Might as well. Each member of the League would be responsible for improving something on me. Though it was decided that Batman would plan most of the training I would do until I reached a point of experience he could approve. For the next 10 months, I went through hell to get ready to face against UA's finest. Flash's training. Izuku asks as they were at the starting line of running track. What am I doing today, Flash? Flash smirks and says, you and me are gonna run around this place as many laps possible. Izuku's eyes widened. What? I can't keep up with you. Flash raises his hands to try to calm him down. Calm down. I'm not gonna race you. My job here is to track how long you can run. Izuku calms down after he realizes what he means. Oh, so this is a speed workout. Flash shook his head. Nope. This is stamina. Real superheroes need to keep their body trained enough to last for hours while on work. If you don't raise your stamina level, you'll tire out before you can actually put up a fight. That made perfect sense to Izuku now, because after his 2 encounters with the sludge villain he fell unconscious, so improving his stamina and maybe durability would help him survive a fight longer. The two get into a starting position before a timer went off, the cue for them to sprint off from the line. Flash clearly dominated the track, running hundreds of laps in a red blur with lightning following him. Izuku, on the other hand, was able to run, but he was already trying to catch his breath when he finished 1 lap. Flash stops and checks Izuku's time, the boy landing around 2 or more minutes to clear this Olympic-level track. He says as he looks at him, right, we're going to have to work a lot on this. But to be fair, this is my first time training someone, so maybe it's my fault. Martian Manhunter's training. Izuku and Jean were sitting in chairs across from each other, pretty much alone in an isolated room of the Watchtower. Young Midoriya asks him, what do you plan on teaching me, Jean? Jean answered, Batman requested I help train your mind to help deal with stress, anxiety and fears you may have. Most of the League's training will test not only your physical limits, but your emotional and mental state as well. Izuku nods and asks, What do I need to do first? Jean tells him, sorry to tell you, but I had to read your mind to find some of the things that frighten you. I know most people don't like their minds being read, but I needed to know so this training can be more effective. Izuku felt a little nervous that Jean knew what scared him now, but he decided to go through with it anyways. It's okay, let's do this. Jean decided to test Izuku's reactions by changing into the sludge villain, Bakugo, and finally Batman. Each reaction had different levels of fear from Izuku, from screaming in shock to being almost paralyzed by the last one. Jean thought to himself, if he can freak out this way from threatening figures, I can only imagine how nervous he would be with a young woman. The Martian then tells him, perhaps some meditation and repeated exposure to your fears can help you weaken your mental flaws. Izuku looks at him with an unsure expression. How would constantly facing my fears work? Jean explains to him, the more you expose yourself to something you fear, the less threatening it seems to your perspective. If you are used to it, then the fear of is greatly reduced. Izuku thinks to himself, so the more I get used to Bakugo threatening to harm me, the less intimidating those threats become. Jean asks him in his mind, why do you choose to let Bakugo treat you the way he does? From what your memories hold, he only sees you as a nuisance. Izuku looks down. We used to be close friends when we were little kids, and I always admired how brave and tough he was. I used to follow him around wherever he went, seeing him as a guy from my generation that I could look up to. But when he got his quirk, and I didn't get one, he saw that I would only be a burden to keep around on his goal to being the best hero. I don't hate him, but I wish I could get the old Kachan back. Jean stayed silent for a while until he nods. Very well, we will continue this next time. Wonder Woman's training. The room the two were in was filled with gymnastics equipment, from trampolines and monkey bars to gymnastics rings and a pole jump. Izuku gets to the trampolines and tests them with one hand. Are you training me in agility? Diana answered, yes. When I was a young girl, I was given training to not only be good at strength and warrior combat, but to be just as fast in a fight. Every training session with me will be you using the equipment here. But the lasso of truth suddenly pulled the trampoline away from under Izuku, nearly making him fall down until he caught himself. Diana finished. Don't think it will be that easy for me. Every time you use something here, I'll randomly attack you out of nowhere, so you need to stay alert and be ready to dodge whenever I sabotage your workout. Izuku panics some. How is that fair? I don't have the experience to match yours. Diana tells him, the villains you face will try to look for any openings you leave, especially if it involves your movements. Batman may teach you to fight up close, but this workout is supposed to help you move well in a fight combined with Batman's hand-to-hand combat. Izuku sighs and nods, knowing he can't get around this one. During the training, he started with jumping from trampoline to trampoline, with Diana at random moments moving them with her lasso or throwing balls at him while he was in midair. Izuku managed to clear the trampolines okay, only getting hit by one ball during the workout. When it was time for monkey bars, Diana would get on top of them and use a blade she had to strike at whenever he was about to grab a bar, when he was about to leave one, or just simply trying to stay on the one he was on. Izuku cleared that 1-2 to Diana's surprise, already meeting her expectations pretty quickly. The gymnastics rings and the pole jump had to be personally adjusted to help with his training, due to his size, meaning he wouldn't be able to use full strength yet to handle them. Izuku could only get 3 flips on the rings in before Diana threw a pillow at him, forcing him to hang onto one ring for the duration of the session until he was allowed to drop onto the cushions below. The pole jump was cleverly cleared on the first try by Izuku, and in a way Diana didn't think he could plan out. Diana had tried to ruin his sprint towards the jump by throwing a cushion at him. Izuku quickly reacted by deflecting it with the pole he was using, impressing Diana as he managed to keep his momentum and jump over the pole. The whole routine wasn't exactly what she was looking for, but it was decent enough to show Izuku was making progress. Diana told him after the day was over, "You need a little more work, but you're starting to show results." Izuku smiles. "Thanks, Diana." Green Lantern's training. GL had taken Izuku to a room that was simulated to look like a jungle. Izuku was confused on why they were here. "What's today's lesson?" GL answered, Since I was a former soldier before becoming a member of the Corps, I figured the only close training I could give you is how to survive whichever battlefield you're on and how to be aware of what's around you. Izuku nods and looks at him. Most of this could be knowledge, so where's the physical test? GL made his ring glow. After you learn about each battlefield, your test is to survive it and land a hit on me before I can catch you. Izuku gulps on this one, not expecting to go up against a Green Lantern for this training, but he would have to deal with it since he managed to survive most of what Diana threw at him. There were different simulations that Izuku learned that he studied before being hunted by GL in them. Jungles, forests, cities, deserts, tundras. He was even stranded in the ocean on boat for one simulation, which he barely managed to survive by tricking GL into thinking he was still on the boat, when he was actually underneath it to ambush him. Izuku cleared the ocean, forest, jungle and tundra due to different ways for him to hide himself and some of them having decent amounts of water and food. He couldn't clear the city or the desert due to there not being many good places to hide and him being easy to see whenever he wasn't hiding, with GL managing to capture him before he could get a good plan in. Even if Izuku wanted to clear the city desperately, he knew GL would be aware of obvious hiding places like dumpsters, sewers and the inside of buildings, so UA would have to be the place to help him master the city. GL tells him, "Not bad, kid, keep this up, and those UA students won't know what hit them." Hot Girl's training. The Winged Justice League member had taken him to a wide-open field with a few hoops and some tall posts. Izuku looks at the course he was in. Isn't this usually meant for flying? I don't have any powers that will help me fly. Hot Girl shows him a pack with straps. That's why you're using this. She then pressed a button on a pad and the pack opened up to reveal bat-themed wings. Izuku stares in amazement at the device. Wow, Hot Girl tells him. This is one of Batman's wing packs, which they're basically jet packs with wings to help fly better. Just try not to break it during practice, or else Batman won't give another one to use again. Izuku questions the idea. Is this legal for me to use? Hot Girl shrugs. Batman takes in kids like you as his sidekicks. If it's fine with him, it should be okay for you to fly with this. She then tells him, I'll give you time to get used to your wings before I start timing you on the course. I'll give you 3 tries on the course to get through it quicker than the last time. Izuku nods and gets the pack on before spreading the wings out and carefully taking off into the air. Hot Girl helped him slow down and stop himself from getting too high, not wanting to risk him getting into the stratosphere and run out of breath. Once he got used to it, he took off through the course, going through the hoops and dodging poles while he was timed by Hot Girl. The first time was still sloppy, hitting a few loops and poles in the ride. The second was only slightly improved, only managing to hit 1 loop and 2 poles. The third was him at his best, running through it perfectly and completing it at 45 seconds. Hot Girl was proud of Izuku's results in the training, even though he wouldn't be flying as much when doing hero work. She tells him, nice job out there. Come back next time and you can race me through this. Batman's Training Part 1. Izuku was sitting in front of a computer with several books and papers. He asks Batman, what do you need me to do? Batman explains, I plan on testing your intelligence and observations. Most of it's high school and college level topics on science, mathematics and technology. If you clear well on this, we move on to the next lessons. Izuku went to work on all the homework, realizing Batman pretty much set up the homework from school too. Using most of the homework from his school was clever since he would already be cleared out enough to take UA's entrance exam. He also took time to study more advanced topics like biology, chemistry and physics. Batman then gave him books on fighting styles like Krav Maga, Israel's martial arts, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Sistema, Russian martial arts, Ninjutsu, and Kisi fighting method. Once Izuku practiced all studying sessions, Flash helped him secretly look at data on villains and other heroes so he could have plenty of research needed to prepare for the event he runs into someone's rogues gallery. When Batman gave him the biggest written test in his life, Izuku passed it with flying colors, further proving to Batman that he was capable of tactical strategies and knowing his opponents. Batman's Training Part 2. Next came the interesting part, which was Izuku learning how to use gadgets in combat or on a case. Izuku started to understand why Batman was so skilled enough to be one of Earth's best crime fighters and the world's greatest detective. The Dark Knight had a gadget, vehicle and level of experience for just about any situation that was thrown at him. That combined with impressive stealth, determination and a strong sense of justice made him really admirable. Batman gave him practice models of his usual arsenal, which included every type of batarang, smoke pellets, grappling hook, bolus, freeze grenades, rebreather, shock gloves or taser-like devices, and a mask that had thermal vision, night vision, ultraviolet light vision and even a sample of what Batman called detective vision, which allowed him to see through walls and detect objects like guns. While Izuku was already amazed at Batman's usual arsenal, Batman decided to introduce him to other weapons that could decide what suits his style. Brass knuckles, bow staff, katanas, sai, and tomahawks. But he learned that from Batman that to avoid a moral gray area, most crime fighters never use guns to fight criminals. Izuku didn't like the idea of using guns either, plus it would ruin his vision of how he sees heroes if used one. Batman's Training Part 3, Final Test. The final part of Batman's training with Izuku was to combine what Batman taught him and use it against him in combat. Izuku was already nervous and shaking from the test of going toe-to-toe with Batman, but it felt worse when he heard All Might would watch to see Batman in combat, meaning he would both lose to him and get humiliated in front of his favorite hero. Batman was with just his fists and feet for the fight, leaving Izuku to strategize with whatever he wanted. Izuku decided to do something different and combined shock gloves with brass knuckles to give the punches more power, shock and able to absorb most of the impact from his own punches. He would wait to get his own kind of gloves or gauntlets later, which hopefully they had a plan on how he would get his own gadgets. Izuku took whatever minutes he had to observe the fighting arena like GL taught him, trying to find any places he could use as vantage points or to get the upper hand. Once getting face to face with Batman, he got in a battle stance and attacks him, going straight for a fake out on the head to strike the gut instead. Batman predicted the move and blocked the real attack, forcing Izuku to change his strategy, knowing he would have to attack him from a blind spot. Izuku grapples to a high vantage and tries to scope out a good angle to strike at. The Dark Knight was getting impatient and tossed a concussion batarang at him, forcing him to jump off and get back to his level again. Izuku calls out, "You said you weren't using gadgets for this fight." Batman is unfazed by Izuku's complaints. "You need to treat this fight like it's a life or death situation. Villains won't give you much chance to think for minutes, so you should be prepared to think and act in seconds." Gotham's crime fighter tries to attack him, but Izuku dodges and uses his agility lessons from Wonder Woman to move about Batman's field of vision, making Batman have a harder target to hit. Batman finds an opening in Izuku's path and attempts to clothesline him, but Izuku used Batman's move to his advantage and flips over it, tying the arm up with a grapple line that he anchors to the floor. The Dark Knight was impressed yet again by how much Izuku knew, despite not being able to compare in physical fitness to almost every hero. Izuku goes in for a strike, but Batman manages to block his attack with his other arm, giving him an open window to tear his arm free from the line. But Izuku kept using this window anyways, this time grabbing a batarang and trying to use it as a small weapon. Batman blocks several strikes from the batarang with his gauntlets, the attacks not doing much for him. Izuku decided to try freezing Batman's right half with a freeze grenade, but Batman anticipated it and knocks it out of his hand before he could use it. Nothing was working for Izuku and both of them knew it. Izuku's last strategy was to use the smoke pellets, concealing the arena in thick clouds of smoke. Batman didn't bring his special vision modes for his cowl, meaning Izuku could try to keep him guessing what his next move would be in the seconds of smoke he had left. A batarang came at the Dark Knight out of nowhere, scratching his shoulder, followed by another that he dodged in time. This was his plan, throwing batarangs at him from outside the smoke. When Batman was dodging regular batarangs, he soon sees one hit next to his feet and flash quickly. He didn't have enough time to block the blast with his cape as the explosive batarangs went off, sending Batman into the air. Izuku times a bolus throw perfectly, tying up Batman's legs in midair. He had Batman right where he wanted him. Before he could go in for the finishing blow, Batman used a batarang to cut himself free in midair before he hit the ground, landing perfectly on his feet. Batman grabs young Midoriya by the shirt and says, "Time's up, Midoriya." He knocks him out before he could react. Later at the medical bay, Izuku wakes up and sees he was in bed, with All Might and Superman there to see him. He asks them, "What happened?" All Might tells him, "Batman finished you off and brought you here to recover from the blow." Superman adds, "He also took responsibility for any damage done to you, even though he said I was supposed to take blame for it." Izuku looks down in disappointment. "Oh, so I failed the test, didn't I?" Batman spoke up from the door. "Not exactly." All Might looks at him and asks, "What did he need to do to pass?" Batman answered, "There was 3 ways to get judged by your training." He counts off the ways it should go down. The first category was testing your physical and combat experience by having any hit or scratch you could land on me count as progress. Second was your tactical creativity in short amounts of time, meaning you had to find ways to keep me on edge or trap me at least once in the fight. And the last one was actually completing the fight, which is expected that you couldn't complete that phase. Batman shows a few scratches on his gauntlets, one on his shoulder, and tears on the legs of his outfit from having to quickly use a batarang to cut himself loose. "You managed to damage parts of my costume, despite being under pressure to take me down." He also points out, "And you had me tied up twice and formulated both of them perfectly." Izuku's eyes brightened up when he was catching on to what he meant. "You mean?" Batman gave a faint smile that hid that he was slightly proud of him. "I approve you ready to take the entrance exam to UA under the Justice League's recommendation to them." Izuku tears up after hearing that, finally feeling his dreams come true. "Thanks, Batman." Batman returns to his average serious look. "Might want to work on not doing that every time something good happens." Izuku blushes in embarrassment. "Oh, right." All Might coughs while trying to hide his chuckles at Midoriya's awkward moment, and Superman just simply smiled at him. Izuku's narration. "And just like that, I was on my way to UA. Oh right, I forgot to mention what Superman and All Might did to prepare me. Superman told me his true test would be somewhere later during my time at UA if I could make it in. As for All Might's training, I'll save that for later, but it definitely helped me improve my lessons with the League. But I didn't just spend time training with the Justice League, because they do more than just hang out at the Watchtower. Maybe I should talk about the adventures I had with them prior to the exam." Preview. Izuku. Here's another preview of what's to come. Green Lantern. Izuku gets his first taste of what American cities are like. Izuku. Green Lantern. What do those robots want with you? Green Lantern. Don't worry about me, Izuku. Just stay behind and let me deal with this. Izuku. Oh man, this doesn't look good. Green Lantern. Guess we're going beyond the stars now. Izuku. Next time, in Blackest Night Part 1. Green Lantern. Midoriya, what do you think you're doing? Izuku. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Izuku walks with Green Lantern down the streets of a city in their casual clothes, but it wasn't in Japan at all, but rather an American city. The green-haired kid asks, "Green Lantern, why are we here? Didn't Batman say it's your shift to train me today?" GL tells him, "First off, you can call me by my real name since we're not on duty. It's John Stewart." "Yes, Gray, I mean, Stewart," Izuku says as he had to correct himself quickly. Stewart chuckles at this. "It's fine. And second, none of the League has introduced you to this country yet, so I thought I'd show you around my hometown." "Oh, thank you, Stewart." Izuku smiles back at him. The two were about to pass a store, when Stewart pulls Izuku away from the door. A quick look inside showed a man holding the owner at gunpoint, forcing him to hand over any cash the register had. The crook got all of the cash and ran for his escape car, speeding away from the place. Stewart uses his ring and stops the car's tires, fighting against the robber slamming on the gas pedal to leave. The ring bearer then lifts the car, constantly slamming it onto the ground to mess up the robber's escape effort. The crook fell out of the car and was lifted into the air in time for the store owner to come out to see the commotion, having to use his apron to catch the money falling out of the criminal's pockets from GL shaking him above. GL drops the guy once he was empty and walks away with Izuku, who was amazed that Stuart did that. Izuku asks him, "You said there's more than one Green Lantern in the Corps you were from, right? Who made the rings?" GL answered him, "The rings came from the ones who lead the Corps, the Guardians." "The Guardians," Izuku says as he felt curious about there being sentient life capable of making powerful items on another world. Stuart explains to him, "They're supposedly the oldest beings in the universe, dating back to the beginning of the universe. Guardians make it their goal to secure justice and order to the galaxies, with the Lantern Corps being their recent success." Izuku could tell in Stuart's voice that something was wrong when he trailed off, as if there was something that made him feel ashamed of himself. When they reached a basketball court, Stuart caught a basketball and threw it at the hoop, the shot bouncing off the rim as the kid went after it again. An old man approached them. "Time once, you could have made that your eyes closed." Stuart sees him and says, "Mr. McGee." McGee tells him with a smile, "I'm not your history teacher anymore, John. Call me Al." Stuart says, "Guess my game's a little rusty." McGee says as the boy from the court runs over and stands next to him. "Well, Chris can give you some pointers. He's my grandson." Stuart was a little surprised. "Grandson," McGee says to him, "You've been away a long time, John." Stuart says as all of them walked away from the court. "Maybe too long." McGee asks him, "So who's the young man you brought with you?" Izuku smiles and answered, "My name is Izuku Midoriya, sir." Stuart tells McGee, "He's a transfer student from overseas. I offered to show him around the place so he could get some time away from the classroom." Chris asks, "What's up your hair? Did you dye it green?" Izuku awkwardly responds, I was born with it." Stuart adds to the answer so it wouldn't seem suspicious. "A lot of kids are born with strange hair colors over in Japan. Some got blue, purple, pink and other weird colors." Chris shrugs in response, "If you say so." Meanwhile in the Watchtower, All Might was hanging out with Flash and Hawkgirl after learning that Midoriya went with GL to the surface for a little break. Not really much he could do since the heroes in Japan had everything under control for now. For most of his time, he watched Flash ask Hawkgirl about what it was like on her home world before coming to Earth. He even heard Flash ask her if there was a Hawkboy, where she came from, only getting a small smile out of the winged woman before she went to do maintenance. All Might thinks to himself, "As Flash always like this?" Suddenly, the alarms go off to warn there were several inbound objects headed for the planet below. But when All Might, Martian Manhunter and Flash all looked to see, they saw what looked like figures flying down towards an American city. All of them go to the Javelin to take off down to the surface below. Martian Manhunter reported that Superman was busy with an earthquake, Batman was on a case and Wonder Woman was dealing with something else. The only one Jean couldn't contact was GL, who didn't even answer his calls. All Might had decided to tag along in his hero costume, thankfully still having 3 hours for his form at the moment. Back with Izuku, Mr. McGee had taken them all to a barbershop to get Chris a haircut. Chris says to the barber the details on his haircut. And short, but shaved on the side for more on top like his. He says pointing at Stuart. McGee just tells the barber. The usual, this causing Chris to groan. Stuart was sitting next to McGee as he says, "Looks like your hands full." McGee responds back with a smile. "He's smart, impatient and headstrong. Sort of reminds me of you." Stuart frowns a little. "I hope not." McGee looks at him with concern. "John, you still got friends here. Real friends. What's bothering you?" Izuku couldn't help but feel worried for GL too. He's been in this mood ever since he got back from a job in space. What happened out there? Meanwhile outside, tall metal figures walked down the street, forcing everyone to get out of their way. "Stop," Jean calls as him and the League land down with All Might. Jean asks the robots, "What do you want?" The robot answered, "John Stewart, the Green Lantern." Flash asks them, "What for?" The robot replies before continuing walking. "That's not your concern." Hawkgirl steps forward with her mace. "Wanna bet?" The robot tries to smack her away, but she dodged and tries to hit with her mace, only for the boy to catch it and throw Hawkgirl. Flash ran after her on top of the vehicles and caught her. The Scarlet Speeder smiles and says, "Aren't you going to thank me?" Hawkgirl smiles back and says, "Down boy." She then flew out of his arms into the air. Jean tries to jump the bots, but they stuck up their staff and shocked him, causing him to fall down. The Martian tries to attack it again, but the robot hit it with a harder setting and launched him through a window and onto a table. All Might tries to punch it, but bots barely block his attack with its staff, the punches bending the metal like Play-Doh. The robots decide to double-team All Might, knowing going solo against him was a bad idea. With great speed, All Might dashed past them, several dents appearing all over the two before they fixed some of them. Hawkgirl flew behind them as they were continuing down the streets and hits one of them on the head, causing them to go skidding on the ground on their side. She tries to hit another one, but it blocks the strike with its staff. Hawkgirl tries to strike again, but the robot struck first and sent her flying through a dinner. She got up and growls, clearly now ticked off about getting owned by a walking scrap heap. Flash tries to run at them, but the robots just use their staffs to clothesline him, sending him crashing into a car. He says as he sits up from the crash, "Why do I feel like a hockey puck?" Hawkgirl takes off and tries to hit from above, but the robot's staff shocks her again and the bot slams her into a car beneath him. Before the bot could hit her while she's vulnerable, Superman arrives and says, "Stop." The Man of Steel flies in and pushes one of them into a building with him. He was about to punch it, when he got hit by a stun shot from the robots. All Might knocks some of them away, giving time for Superman to recover. Superman tries to fly at them, only to get zapped down to the ground. He managed to resist the beam and slowly walks towards the robot, grabbing the staff and destroying the ranged weapon. Superman takes away the staff and breaks it with one knee before throwing the robot into the one he crashed into the building earlier. Flash runs in and asks, "We thought you were busy with an earthquake." Superman replies, "It was just a 4.0. Mind telling me what's going on?" Flash could only say, "I wish I." He was interrupted as one of the robots shocked them from behind on top of a car. Jean flies down and stomps onto the bot, destroying the car beneath him in the process. Just when he thought the robot was down, it stood up while lifting the car. Flash calls out, "Jean." The robot throws the car at Jean, but Flash got him out of the way in time. The car skidded across the road while still on fire, with Superman trying to stop it. Unfortunately, it blew up at a gas station, causing a massive blast. With Izuku, a rumble hits the barbershop, a warning of the explosion and attack nearby. Stewart tells Izuku and McGee, "Stay here." He uses his ring to make his Green Lantern costume appear on himself, surprising everyone inside the building. Green Lantern flies out of the barbershop and towards the scene. Chris said in awe, "Awesome. Could he do that in high school?" Izuku knew he was supposed to stay, but he felt worried something bad might happen to him if he possibly knew what was attacking right now. Midoriya runs out to go after Green Lantern. Back at the Justice League, the two sides stood across from each other after having fought for a while. Superman uses heat vision while the robots fire beams. Before they could hit, a green barrier comes up and blocks the blasts. "Stop," Green Lantern says before landing down and facing the robots. Flash says, "Better late than never." Stewart walked over to the robots, surprising the Justice League as he was close to them. The lead robot asks, "You are the Green Lantern John Stewart?" Stewart answered it, "Yes." The bot says, "Your ring." Green Lantern takes his ring off and gives it to the robot. Superman didn't know what to think of this. "John." Flash responds to GL's surrender. "What are you doing?" GL responds, "Stay out of this." Izuku was watching what was happening and could only watch in a stunned expression. "Why are you letting them capture you? You did nothing wrong." All Might asks, "What's going on?" The robot says, "You are coming with us." Everyone could only watch as the robots and GL were teleported away. Hours later at the Watchtower, the team could only wait as Martian Manhunter tried to telepathically link with GL wherever in the universe he was taken to. All Might says to himself while in his thin form again, "What did Green Lantern get himself dragged into?" Izuku answered the question he was reflecting. He's looked like he blames himself for something, like he feels he's not worthy of the ring and the power. Martian Manhunter found him. I sense turmoil, a heavy heart. Flash replies from the corner. I could have told you that. Jean says. He's looking at stars. Which stars? Superman asks before flying over and turning on a projection that showed all of the mapped out stars in the universe. Jean points at a planet called Ajuris 5. There. That's where he is. At Ajuris 5, All Might had opted to go with the League again, feeling Green Lantern might be getting an unjust punishment for whatever he was taken for. Midoriya was told to stay behind since it was too far from the world, let alone his home. Plus his mother would be worried sick if she learned he went far out in space. Hawkgirl asks as they entered the atmosphere. Why would he give them his ring? It still doesn't make any sense. Superman says as he drives the Javelin. John's a strange one, that's for sure. Hawkgirl looks at him. I'm beginning to think all of you humans are. Superman looked unsure how to respond to that. Hawkgirl says quickly, sorry. Superman smiles. Don't be, I take it as a compliment. All Might adds, that's just what makes us different from the rest of the universe. Superman was about to initiate landing sequence, but some ships attacked the Javelin, obviously thinking they were intruders or part of an invading force. Flash tries using communications, but it wasn't working. They're not responding to our calls. Hawkgirl says before she was about to push a button. It's clear what they want. I say we give it to them. Superman stops her. No, we're not here to start a war. He gets up with Hawkgirl and Martian Manhunter to leave the ship, saying as he left. Flash, take the controls. Flash got to the steering handles and tries to pilot the Javelin while the others fight the defending ships. Superman uses heat vision to take out the weapons on one of the ships, then stomps on the back of it to somehow redirect it to go down safely. Martian Manhunter phases through one ship and takes out something inside that forced the ship to slowly descend down. Hawkgirl slammed her mace into the back of one, causing it to catch on fire and fall. Superman calls out as he goes after the ship she took down. Hawkgirl. Hawkgirl was confused why he called him out. What? She then realized the ship was going to crash into the city below. Oh. Superman hurries over and slows the ship down to help it land safely, quickly putting out the fires with his super breath. Meanwhile, Flash was trying to keep the Javelin under control, obviously not used to piloting what was essentially a space jet. Flash mimics what Superman said to him sarcastically. Flash, take the controls. As if I know how. All Might could only try to avoid getting motion sickness from the wild ride the Javelin was going through. The Javelin crashes onto a platform and skids across it before stopping at the edge. Izuku falls out of a hidden compartment behind All Might and Flash, apparently having stowed away on the ship somehow. All Might looks at him. Midoriya, what the heck are you doing here? Izuku responds in a panic. I'm sorry, I was worried what might happen to you guys. All Might sighs. We'll talk about it once this mission is over. Just stick with us so no one gets you. Izuku nods and gets up to leave the ship with Flash and All Might. Flash opens the landing ramp and walks out. Well, they say any landing you walk away from is a. He stops upon seeing several alien troops pointing blasters at him, causing him to run back inside as they open fire on him. All Might and Izuku take seats as Flash tries desperately to turn the Javelin on again. Flash rapidly pushes buttons. Come on. Starter. Starter. Which one's the starter? The ship is shot more as the troopers have the ship surrounded. Superman flew in and grabbed one before throwing it at another, quickly using heat vision to destroy the blaster of a third trooper. Two of them tried to tackle Superman, but he quickly got them off and threw them away to crash on the side of the Javelin. All Might took the opening to dash out faster than the guards could shoot, taking several of them with a single punch or the gust of wind that followed his run. Hawkgirl flew down, took out guards quickly, her mace demolishing the blasters they had. Martian Manhunter became intangible to avoid getting blasted and ran over to throw one of them to another guard. He disappeared beneath the floor and reappeared behind the last guard, grabbing him and reading his mind. Flash came down through the ramp again as Superman looked at him. I had everything under control. Honest. Martian Manhunter finished getting info. Green Lantern is close by. That way. In the tribunal court, Superman used heat vision to make a way inside, all 5 heroes and Izuku getting inside. GL mutters to himself. Oh no. The crowd was talks among each other from the random intruders that just burst in and interrupted the trial. The authorities of course try to get the crowd to calm down and the intruders thrown out. Order. We will have order. Flash looks around. What is this? Some kind of trial? Superman responds. Apparently. One of the judges responds. Remove the intruders immediately. 2 aliens try to get them while rushing at them with hover discs, but Superman just grabbed them by the necks and threw them away. The robots from before were about to step in and take them down. Superman tries to stop this diplomatically. Wait, we apologize for disrupting these proceedings, but Jon Stewart is our friend. One of the judges says. This is a public trial. A third judge says. Very well, you may take seats in the gallery. The judge who called for guards says. But this trial will not tolerate any further outbursts. Superman says. Thank you, Your Honor. All of the heroes and Izuku took seats with the crowd as Stewart watched them. The judge asks. Are you ready to call your first witness? The prosecution says. I am, Your Honor. I call Conjure RO. The mentioned witness enters into the court for questioning. An alien near the entrance asks. Conjure RO, do you agree to let us probe you for any and all memories you have? Conjure RO says. I've got nothing to hide. He gets onto a platform that raised him up. The prosecution says. State your name and occupation. Conjure RO says reluctantly. Conjure RO, I'm a pirate. The prosecution asks. A criminal, yet you come to bear witness to another crime. Why? I may steal things, but it's nothing compared to what he did. Conjure RO tells as he points at Green Lantern. Izuku glares at the pirate from his seat. You're lying. He can't be guilty of a crime. You're lying to get him punished for your plans. A light hits Conjure RO as the prosecution requested his testimony. Tell us about your encounter with Jon Stewart. Conjure RO's testimony. It all started with these blasters that I found. I was on my way to sell them to some rebels on Tartarus 4. That's when he showed up. I figured he was going to try to stop me, so I fired first. His ring tore out my engine, but he still wasn't done with me. He wanted to know if I was working for someone. I told him to turn around and see for himself. He tried to stop them, but his beam bounced off a ship and headed towards Tartarus 4. There, it hit volcanic fault line, causing a chain reaction. 3 billion. That's how many were on that planet. Back to trial. Izuku was shocked upon hearing this. One beam from a lantern ring is that powerful. The prosecution says. I have no more questions. The judge says. This account is most disturbing. We will recess 20 petacycles. Once court was over, the heroes and Izuku went down to see Stewart. Flash comes over and says. Now I get it. You wanted to clear your name. That's why you didn't put up a fight back on Earth. GL tells the heroes. I told you to stay out of this. All Might responds back. Hey, you're our friend, Green Lantern. We're supposed to look out for each other. Hawkgirl sees Conjure RO leave the court. That scum's an obvious liar. Give me 5 minutes in a room with him and I'll get the truth out of him. GL gets them to stop. Hawkgirl, Flash, all of you, listen to me. He tells the League. Nobody's lying. Do you see that? They look and see where Tartarus 4 was, only debris from the planet remain. Izuku could only think. Why is this happening? GL could only say something Izuku never hears a hero confess. I did it. I'm guilty. Preview. Izuku. Next time, Green Lantern is on trial. Flash. I'll be his attorney for the case. Izuku. Are you sure you can do it, Flash? Flash. Sure I can. Izuku. Oh no, what are those robots doing? GL. Midoriya, don't get yourself in danger again. Izuku. Next time, in Blackest Night Part 2. All Might. Go Beyond. Plus Ultra. Court was still in recess at the moment, giving the Justice League time to come up with a plan. Flash says out loud, 3 billion gone. I can't believe it. Neither can I. Superman replies, I want to take a closer look at what happened. Why? Hawkgirl asks. John admits he's guilty. No one's disputing the facts. Maybe I am, Superman answered. The Man of Steel approaches Jean and All Might. Jean and All Might, I need you two to come with me. Flash, Hawkgirl, could you buy us some time in court? Flash replies, you're asking the world's fastest man to slow things down. Won't be easy. All Might tells him, you got give it everything you can, Flash. Green Lantern's life is at stake. Later, court was back in session again. The judge tells GL, John Stewart, you may now question your accuser. GL responds, no questions. This got everyone responding, while Izuku could only watch in worry that the trial would end soon. One of the judges asks, none, you don't intend to defend yourself? GL answered, no, I don't. Flash yells out, I object. You call this a trial? I call this a joke. Hawkgirl tries to pull him down while whispering, are you out of your mind? What do you think you're doing? Flash smiles and says, prepared to be dazzled. A judge says, remove him. Flash runs away from the guards and gets to the court floor. Listen to me, with something this important, you got to hear both sides. GL tells him, Flash, I told you not to get involved. Flash responds back before getting grabbed by guards. They're railroading you, pal. A judge speaks up, wait, this being may have a point. We don't want any lingering doubts about our final judgment, do we? The third judge agrees, of course, but who would speak for John Stewart? Flash asks after getting free, don't you have any lawyers here? The main judge says, we solved our lawyer problem a long time ago. The judge who intervened proposed to Flash, however you could speak for him if you wish. The third judge warns Flash, but be aware, if you lose, you will share the same fate as the accused. Flash thinks, the same penalty, you mean, that's crazy. The main judge counters, no, that's how we solved our lawyer problem. What's your answer? GL whispers, don't do it. Flash responds back to him, what, you think I'm gonna sit back and watch you play martyr? He says out loud, I'll defend him. The main judge says, very well, proceed. Flash went on to try to delay the trial by talking about habeas corpus and other stuff to hope Superman can find the problem. Hawkgirl noticed the Green Lantern Corps members who attended the trial have left, prompting her to go look for them. Izuku was now left alone to watch Flash try to postpone a trial so GL could last long enough for justice to arrive. Flash even used the line, if the ring wasn't lit, you must acquit, which looked pathetic in the court. The Green Lantern called Kilowog came to defend John Stewart just before the judges moved on. Izuku felt a little calm that someone could speak out on GL's behalf. Meanwhile on Ajuris 4's moon, Superman, Martian Manhunter and All Might were on the surface in spacesuits to observe what happened. Superman asks, see anything wrong with this picture? Jean says, where do I start? The loss of life, the echoes of our pasts. Superman tells him, no, not up there. Down here. Jean was shocked at what he realized Superman meant. It can't be. Superman replies, but it is. This moon is still orbiting a planet which doesn't exist. Jean adds, it should have flown away once the planet was destroyed. Superman points out, but it didn't, did it? All Might says to them, I smell a setup here. The trial. Kilowog had just finished a story on how John Stewart had saved his life as well as the lives of others on a mission once, hoping this would convince the trial that he wasn't the kind of guy to commit genocide. The prosecution asks, Kilowog, can you tell me what exactly a Green Lantern does? Kilowog answered, we catch bad guys. The prosecution asks another question. Commendable, but how do you who the bad guys are? Kilowog replies, how? I just know. The prosecution presses on the issue. So you're saying you use your superior intellect to sort out matters of life and death? Kilowog stumbled on trying to answer. I didn't say. Well yeah I did. The prosecution points at his ring. So you and the other Green Lanterns enforce these decisions with these incredibly deadly rings of yours. Kilowog felt he couldn't put much resistance. I guess you could put it that way. The prosecution asks intently, who said you could do this? Who gave you the right? A voice speaks up, we did. Izuku watches the Guardians come onto the court to speak on behalf of the Corps. Midoriya thinks to himself, Those must be the guardians of the universe Stewart mentioned. Back at the moon, Superman was flying around to see what was causing the moon to stay near the place where the destroyed planet was. He calls on his device. Jean, I hope you're doing better than I am. All I see are craters. Jean responds, well, I have found something, but I'm not sure what. Later, where Jean is, Superman and All Might had joined him to look at the giant machine that was hidden in a canyon on the moon. Superman asks, any idea what this thing does? Jean tells them, when I was a child on Mars, we had small toys called illusitrons. They could produce crude objects over anything, even empty space. Superman looks at the thing. So you think this is a larger version? Jean replies, the engineering principles appear to be the same. Superman thinks on this, so it's an illusion. Jean adds, it would explain why this moon's orbit has remained intact. Superman was about to ask who did it, but him, Jean and All Might were all hit with lasers. A ship flew in and shot up the cliffside nearby, causing a rockslide to nearly crush the heroes below. It was JediAura. He was trying to cover this up. The pirate says as he left them to their fate. The secret will stay buried with them. JediAura's ship was hit with blast that came from a ship that Hawkgirl was piloting. Superman and All Might got out of the pile of rocks while Jean phased through them. Jean says to them, this moon is full of surprises. Hawkgirl managed to shoot JediAura's ship in the back, causing it to spin out and make its way towards the surface. Superman flies through the ship and grabs him just in time before it crashed and blew up. Hawkgirl tells them after she landed down and Superman came down with the criminal. I followed him here from Ajuris 5. I had to borrow one of Defense's ships. All Might smiles. Good call. The truth wouldn't be found if you didn't step in. Superman looks at JediAura. So he's behind all this? Hawkgirl replies, not exactly. At the trial, Izuku listens in carefully as the Guardians explained everything about how the Green Lantern Corps operate while on missions and what their legal limits were. The Guardians say, it's true we Guardians control the Lantern Corps power source, but the individual lanterns have complete autonomy. The prosecution asks, so if one of them does something wrong, it's not your fault. The Guardians try to explain what they mean. You misunderstand. We give them autonomy because we trust their experience and... The prosecution interrupts them. No other questions. Guardians left the platform and returned to the stands. The prosecution continued. How much more must we hear? We demand an immediate judgment. Flash interjects in the debate. I object. All of the judges shot it down. Overruled. The main judge says, having heard all the facts, we will now consider. All of the judges left to decide their final verdict. Flash tells GL, I did everything I could. GL responds to him. I wish you hadn't. The judges immediately reappeared after being gone. Flash looks where they were. That was fast. The main judge says to the whole court. The facts are clear. Jon Stewart is guilty. One of the judges asks, do you wish to make a statement before we pass judgment? Stewart just says, no. The third judge answered, very well. The sentence is termination for you and your advocate. Izuku tears up as he saw what he feared would happen was coming true. Flash says as he was being forced to a chamber with GL. Whoa, time out, I want an appeal. GL asks him, will you show some dignity for once in your life? Flash responds to him, this isn't right, we can't just sit here. GL answered his comments. We have to think of others like us. We all need to be held accountable. We have too much power not to be. Izuku watches in horror as GL and Flash were forced into a sphere-like chamber of their execution. Please, this can't be happening. Just in the nick of time, Superman flies through the window and calls out. Stop. Superman punches away a few guards and tears open the death chamber, pulling GL and Flash out of the gas-filled area. The main judge calls out. How dare you? Superman uses heat vision on GL's cuffs before turning to tell everyone. John's innocent. He then whispers to his earpiece. That's your cue, Hawkgirl. Hope you can hear me. Meanwhile on the moon, Hawkgirl heard the call, loud and clear. She then flew up and spun her around before tossing her mace at the machine, destroying part of it. All Might jumps at the rest of the machine and yells. Texas. Smash. The whole thing was obliterated by those attacks. Back at the trial, a Juris 4 suddenly reappeared for everyone to see, shocking all that was at the trial, including the prosecution. Superman tells the court, a Juris 4 was never destroyed. It's right where it always was. It was all an illusion. A frame-up, as they say on my planet. Izuku breathes out in relief that no one really died in all of this, especially Green Lantern. Green Lantern sees Conjure Ro trying to escape. You. He tackles him down and yells at him. Why did you do this to me? Why? Conjure Ro replies in fear. For money. GL questions him. Whose money? Conjure Ro spills the truth. The Manhunters. Izuku asks as he comes down to the heroes. Who are the Manhunters? Conjure Ro answered. Those robot things that brought him here. Superman sees the Guardians leave and tells the heroes. Come on. GL was about to punch Conjure Ro, but Flash stops him and says. GL. Stewart stops and leaves with League to follow the Guardians. At the Manhunters facility, Guardians arrive to find the Manhunters had left the place. One of them says, we're too late, we have to go back immediately. They try to leave, but Flash tries to get in their way and says, not so fast. The Guardians just simply went around him, only for Superman to get into their path. Superman demands answers. What's going on? The Guardians ignore him and go around. We don't have time for this. They were soon blocked by Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter and a very mad Izuku. GL asks, where are the Manhunters? The Guardians answered, headed back to Oa. GL was surprised. Back to Oa, they've been there before. The Guardians replies back, yes, we created them there. Flash was confused. Say what? The Guardians explains to them. Before the Lantern Corps, we thought robots would make great peacekeepers. But they were flawed, they couldn't understand the subtle gradations between good and evil. Superman asks them, why didn't you decommission them? The Guardians answered, we reprogrammed them for lesser duties. Tracking, hunting, guarding. They didn't seem to object. GL counters their thoughts. Not out loud anyway. Meanwhile at Oa, the Manhunters were invading the base of the Guardians and the Lantern Corps to get to what they believed was stolen from them, the Green Lantern Central Power Core. The Defenders and the remaining Guardians were trying to hold back, but the onslaught was becoming too much for them. The lead Manhunter calls out, don't let up, brothers, they're weakening. Some of them got inside and took control of the defensive turrets, leaving the place with less firepower to fight back. The lead Manhunter orders them. They can't hide in there forever. Rip it open. They managed to tear a hole into the chamber the Guardians were in, now vulnerable to the attacking forces. Rip them too. The lead Manhunter cuts himself off when he sees someone coming. It was John Stewart flying over in an energy bubble that was carrying Superman, Martian Manhunter, Flash and the rest of the Guardians. The lead Manhunter calls out, they can't stop us, brothers. No one can. All of the Manhunters focused on fighting the reinforcements that just arrived. Superman flies through the ones in the air, crushing their ranks and punching through hard metal. Flash runs at them and tricks two of them into shooting each other. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by them, only for GL to cut them up with an energy beam. Green Lantern tells him, got your back. Flash smiles before seeing more coming for GL. Look out. GL flies over at them and slices them up with more beams. The heroes were practically shredding their ranks. The lead Manhunter yells, use the guns. The guns. Green Lantern barely managed to block incoming fire from the turrets. Flash ran away from the blast. Stewart's shield almost didn't stop. In the end, all the shot accomplished was blowing up their own members. The heroes proceeded towards them. The Manhunters were trying to shoot Flash as he was getting too fast for any of them to hit. They were too distracted to notice Jean sneak up using his intangible form and take out the Manhunter controlling one of the guns, tearing parts out of his head. Flash tries to run up to Manhunters, but a large piece of metal hit his head, knocking him down. Stewart tries to block the incoming shots that were heading for him and Flash, but it was causing a lot of damage to the shield and it might let up soon. A blast hits the attackers that were hitting them. GL looks and sees Hawkgirl arrives with the rest of the Lantern Corps. And the javelin was the one that fired on the Manhunters. All Might calls out, I am here, piloting the javelin with Midoriya. Izuku presses a button that fires lasers at more of the manhunters. Take this. Gallus tells the lanterns with him. You three take the north tower. Kilowog and I will take the south. The lanterns make quick work of the defenses as Hawkgirl demolished a turret. Inside the chamber, the Guardians were too tired out to fight back, one of them falling unconscious. The lead manhunter tears through their shield and makes his way for the central power core. GL goes in another way to find and stop him, only to be ambushed by him. Stewart surrounds him in a bubble. Manhunter, stop. The lead manhunter tells him. Not until we've gained what is rightfully ours. Stewart questions his claim. Yours. The lead manhunter explains. The power the Guardians stole from us. He tears through the bubble and shoots at him, forcing Stewart to dodge and fly towards him. The two clash in a bright light, trying to push the other back. Stewart tells him, it was never yours, it was always the Guardians. The lead manhunter counters him. And they betrayed us, just as they betrayed you. He overpowers him and says, this power is our destiny. The manhunter throws GL into a wall before moving towards the giant green core. GL calls out, no. The lead manhunter was completely inside the core, the power being so much that it destroyed his metal body as he corrupted the power inside, taking it away. He calls out, now I am the power. Every single Green Lantern and all of the Guardians were immediately drained of the energy. One of the Guardians weakly says, all is lost. Stewart answered the worries, not while I'm standing. Izuku watches as GL approaches the giant form of what was once a manhunter now turned monster. Stewart recited the Green Lantern Oath. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. The corrupted form of the manhunter started to get sucked into the ring, all of the energy coming to Stewart. Let those who worship evil's might. Izuku gasps in amazement as the corruption was sucked completely into the ring. Beware my power. Green Lantern's light. Stewart fires all of the energy, cleansing it of the manhunter's presence and restoring power to everyone. The Guardians recovered and approached Stewart. We chose wisely when we gave you the ring. Thank you, John Stewart. Later after the battle, Stewart's Lantern Corps friends ran over to him. Kilowog says to him, good work. Gallus tells him, I guess we were wrong, John. We should have known better. Stewart was not accepting of their apology, walking off after saying, yeah, you should have. After the Lantern Corps turned their back on him earlier, John Stewart wasn't sure he could see them the same again, let alone as his friends. He goes over to his friends from the Justice League, as well as Izuku and All Might, who was now in his weak form again. Martian Manhunter asks him, are you all right, John? Stewart speaks to them in a questioning manner. You believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. Flash pats him on the back. Hey, what are friends for? All Might smiles and says, like I said earlier, we look out for each other, even when things are at their darkest. Izuku grins and adds, the League and my training wouldn't be the same without you, John. Stewart smiles and uses his ring to surround them in a bubble. Let's go home. They take off as they make their journey back to Earth. Preview. All Might. A preview is here. Superman. What are we doing? All Might. We're here to tell them about what will happen in our next episode. Superman. All right then, you go first. All Might. Me and Midoriya get our first look at Superman's archenemy, Lex Luther. Superman. Something is wrong with him compared to the last few times. All Might. Unfortunately, Lex has got some new friends. Superman. Batman, what do you think you're doing? All Might. Next time. Injustice for All Part 1. All Might. Go beyond. Superman and All Might. Plus Ultra. Today was Izuku's first time in the field to see actual hero work with the Justice League, though it wasn't something he thought he would do. The green-haired boy was secretly using a device Batman gave him to listen in on a conversation with one of Superman's enemies. Though not just any enemy, but Superman's archenemy. Lex Luther. Name. Lex Luther. Occupation. Owner of Lex Corporation. While having no powers, his superior intelligence has gained the upper hand over even the best geniuses. There's a reason this entrepreneur is known as the greatest criminal mastermind of our time. If Superman has trouble with this guy, then you know you should always have a backup plan. Izuku was tasked with capturing the information Lex would spill if Superman got him to talk, which was easier done than said. Supposedly, Lex had been suspected of smuggling weapons to other countries to profit off of foreign wars, something highly illegal. Unfortunately, Superman was lying on the ground and vulnerable to the kryptonite that Lex had been carrying with him for a year. After gloating to what he thought was his sworn enemy, he slipped some names of customs officials and other staff working at the docks that let him slip the weapons by. Lex then heard him say, "Sounds like you're going to have company in prison." The business owner sees Superman standing up, unaffected by the kryptonite. Lex runs over and puts it in his face. "It can't be. The kryptonite," the hero says in a different voice, "won't protect you any longer." The figure changed shape into Martian Manhunter, revealing that this whole thing was a setup by the Justice League. Lex calls out in disbelief. "No," Batman says from where he was standing. "You're usually more careful, Lex. You slipped up." Green Lantern was with him and adds to his comments, "And you're going down hard." Stewart pulls the kryptonite out of Lex's hands and over to Batman for him to store in his utility belt. Batman uses a microphone to call Izuku and the others. Mission accomplished, which him and GL moved towards Lex. Martian Manhunter comments, "So much for your malevolent image as a businessman. This is the end of an era." Lex pulls out a remote and says to him, "The end of your era maybe." Upon pressing the button, a hovercraft of some kind flew up and blasted a laser through the window, causing the heroes to dodge as explosions rang out through the office. Lex climbs inside and fires several missiles into the building, severely destroying the top of the tower. Izuku calls out, "Batman, Green Lantern, Jean." GL calls back, "We're fine, kid, Superman's got this." Apparently the three heroes survived the blasts and rubble through an energy bubble. Stewart asks rhetorically, "Why do they always run?" Lex looked like he was getting away, but then Superman was on his tail fast. The businessman fires missiles at him, only getting one to land just right to knock the Man of Steel back. Izuku felt they were about to lose him, and saw that Lex was having trouble with his ride for some reason. He uses a grapple gun and swings onto Lex's ride, able to land safely. Luckily he was wearing a vigilante outfit Batman had provided him with in case Lex found him during their operation. The businessman was surprised to see the kid land on his ride easily, forcing him to try to get him off with a shock protection button. Izuku dodged by descending his line underneath the hovercraft, able to isolate the voltage only in the metal claw of the rope. Lex tries to shake him off, leaving Izuku to move back and forth as the ride moved, even having to run along walls to avoid hitting them. Izuku swings himself back onto the ride before he hit a low bridge, narrowly escaping a near-death situation. The green-haired kid goes to the missile launcher and uses an explosive he had to destroy it, leaving the hovercraft unable to fight against Superman. The ride was slowly descending and about to crash, when Superman caught up and catches it, pulling it up and landing it on a rooftop. Superman pulls the cockpit open and sees Lex wasn't doing too well. He looks on in worry. Lex. Watchtower. Lex had been taken to a hospital where it was confirmed the man had gotten a rare blood poisoning from carrying the kryptonite around for a year, meaning he only had a limited time before he died of radiation poisoning. Luther was now in prison for his crime of smuggling weapons to terrorists, despite his illness already putting him on death row. Unfortunately, Izuku got chewed out by GL and a bit by Batman for the reckless actions he did. GL crosses his arms. "Do it have any idea how stupid that stunt you just pulled was?" Izuku nervously twiddled his hands. "I thought I could help catch him since Superman was having a tough time with him." Batman tells him, "All you managed to accomplish was taking out Lex's weapons, which didn't account for the fact that his ride was already out of control before you landed on it and there was nothing in your arsenal to stop it from crashing into buildings. You were lucky Superman was there to stop the crash, or else we would have had you to add to the casualties besides Lex." Izuku sighs in disappointment, knowing there was no way he could counter Batman's arguments without looking more immature than before. Batman says to him before turning away, "From here until your entrance exam, you're banned from joining any hero work with the League. You will be limited to training here and moving on with your life at home." Understand? Izuku nods and says, "Yes, sir." The two League members walked off as All Might approached him, wanting to hear from him on what happened. All Might asks him while in his weak form, "Hey Midoriya, how did your first taste of hero work go?" Izuku sits down in a chair and tells him, "Horrible. I got called out for trying to stop Luther from escaping. They did have a point. I wasn't ready for something that big." All Might sits down with him and nods. "Remember what I said about pros always risking their lives? What you went through was a taste of how much heroes like me and Batman go through every day and night. There's always the chance you or someone could get hurt or worse if you don't think carefully." Izuku nods and tells him, "I know that now. Bad news is that I'm grounded by Batman until further notice." All Might pats his back. "Don't beat yourself up too much, kid. You've got plenty of time to get ready for when the day comes for you to join them." A few hours later, Izuku was doing some studies that Batman had provided him to work on, but then he sees Martian Manhunter busy at the systems, and more than a calm day would bring him. He asks him, "What's going on?" Jean tells him, "We just found out that Luther has escaped with Ultra Humanite. A few League members had to help rescue teams with a fire that Luther likely caused as a diversion." Izuku thinks to himself, "Ultra Humanite, I think there's a bio on him somewhere." Midoriya uses the computer he was on to sneak into the villain profiles to learn about Lex's new partner. Name: Ultra Humanite. Occupation: one of the world's greatest minds. He used to be a brilliant scientist until he learned to transfer his mind into other animals, soon stopping on an albino gorilla to combine intelligence with brute strength and agility. Aside from that, he's a very cultured being, knowing of classic books, operas and works of art. If he wasn't so scheming, college professors and critics would enjoy this guy's company. Izuku was a bit worried at this development, especially considering Lex was just arrested earlier and learned of his condition, meaning the businessman was more unstable at this time. Combined with the fact that he teamed up with another mastermind means that the League was in for a dangerous alliance. Meanwhile, at the abandoned Metropolis picture store, an animal-like figure crawls its way to the place before standing on two legs and entering the building, soon returning to crawling again. Name: Cheetah. Powers: quirks. Hybrid animal. Description: Cheetah used to be a scientist studying how to genetically alter human DNA to receive the abilities or like forms of animals. Due to limited resources, she was forced to use herself as a test subject, resulting in her body mutating to that of a cheetah. Now she's trying to get money through crimes so she can make a cure for herself. Cheetah eventually spots someone coming out of hiding. The figure crosses his arms upon seeing her. Name: Copperhead. Occupation: criminal. Powers: quirks. Snake. Description: aside from agility, Copperhead can bite his victims to give them a deadly venom that can kill if not treated. He's basically your nightmare of snakes finally realized. Cheetah jumps to attack him out of instinct, thinking this was a trap. Copperhead dodges and puts his hands up in defense. "Easy lady, easy." Cheetah asks him, "Who are you?" Copperhead points at himself. "The name's Copperhead. I'm here about a job." Cheetah drops her stance. "So am I. Somebody called me. Was it you?" "No, but maybe we'll be working together. Closely together," Copperhead says when he gets close to her and sticks his tongue out like a snake. Cheetah didn't like how close he was in his tongue play at her, responding by scratching his arm. Copperhead was mad and yells, "Witch!" The snake hits her with his tail, causing her to crash into someone. She gets up and turns around to gasp at the person she hit. Name: Solomon Grundy. Occupation: zombie villain. He used to be a former gangster until his partners betrayed him and killed him, putting a curse on his body and dumping it into a swamp with an enchantment. The two forms of magic mixed and revived him, but he lacked a soul and the memories of his former self. This guy is what eternal torment looks like, so might want to think about your life choices carefully. Grundy chuckles and pets Cheetah. "Nice kitty. Hands off," Cheetah says before scratching his arm. Grundy felt his arm before saying, "No one hurts Grundy." Cheetah runs away from him and crashes into Copperhead, causing the snake to fall past some of the furniture before Grundy threw some at them. After they narrowly dodged, the two approached him and Cheetah distracted him for Copperhead to jump on Grundy's back and get his arms around his neck. Suddenly, The room got pitch black, nearly impossible for anyone to see. Grundy looks around and says, "Hey, who turned out the lights?" A voice says, "I did." Then the shadows were called away so they could see again. The guy said, "And I'll do worse if you guys start behaving like unruly children." Name: The Shade. Occupation: criminal. He can control and summon shadows to do things like darken an area, hide himself and incapacitate enemies. Might want to carry a huge lamp if you want to see the light of day again. Copperhead asks as they come up to him, "Who do you think you are?" Shade bows and says, "The Shade, and my nightstick is more than powerful to handle you amateurs." Suddenly, a pink light grabs the stick and pulls it away from Shade. A voice says, "Spare us. Without this you're less than nothing, little man." A figure flies down holding the stick after taking it. Name: Star Sapphire. Occupation: leader of the Zamorans and intergalactic villain. Powers: quirks. Star Sapphire. Description: she was chosen by the Zamorans to be the host of their next queen. The gem on her mask has immense power to match that of a Green Lantern. Interesting fact: the Zamorans were part of the same species as the Guardians of the Universe. A young voice asks, "Then what does that make me then?" The ground under Star Sapphire gave in suddenly, trapping her feet inside. The group turns to see a small figure approach them. Name: Jinx. Occupation: young criminal and HIVE Academy graduate. Powers: quirks. Luck manipulation. Description: she has the ability to alter the environment and cause something to happen. In a nutshell, she gives her enemies bad luck. She's also trained by the villain school that the evil organization HIVE runs, being the best out of 5 students. Might want to add horseshoes, 4-leaf clovers and a leprechaun to your list of weapons just in case. Copperhead tells her, "Back off, kid, this is adults only." Jinx glares at him. "Would you care to repeat that, scale brain?" She manipulates the area and causes a ceiling light to fall on Copperhead. Star Sapphire sighs. "Common criminals. Is this what I've been reduced to?" Lex says from an elevator that brings him and Humanite down. "Criminals, yes, but common, most certainly not." Shade retrieves his stick from Sapphire and says, "Lex Luther." Well, the plot thins. Lex introduced most of the team. Cheetah, Sapphire, Grundy, Jinx. "Glad you could make it." He also adds in, "And of course you all know the Ultra Humanite." Humanite says after he's introduced, "Charmed, I'm sure." Copperhead decided to butt in. "Cut the courtesy, Luther. What do you want?" Lex decided to answer the snake's impatience. "Each of you is the best in the world at what you do, and I have need of your unique services." Cheetah says to him, "My talents don't come cheaply." Jinx crosses her arms. "Neither do talents from HIVE, so your pay better be worth the job." Lex confirmed what they wanted. "You'll all be paid most handsomely, if you can do one simple job." Shade asks him, "What kind of job?" Lex tells them their mission, earning mixed reactions from the group. Destroy Superman and the Justice League. Watchtower. Izuku was with Flash and Hawkgirl as Batman was looking into something. Flash talked about how he had responded to the fire earlier that Lex had started. "And I had those flames out before the fireman even stepped off the truck." Hawkgirl says sarcastically, "That's fast." Flash breathes on his fist before rubbing it on his chest. "Fastest man alive." Hawkgirl smirks, "Which might explain why you can't get a date." "Yeah, hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Flash says upon realizing the jab she did at his ego. Batman interrupted him. "Quiet." The news was turned up as Snapper Carl spoke. A dangerous hostage development happening at the federal building. So far, the Ultra Humanite has refused to speak with negotiators. A freak of science, the Ultra Humanite is reportedly dangerous. The reporter kept talking as Batman counters what Flash said earlier. "No biggie, right? Metropolis Federal Building. The police call out to Humanite. Ultra Humanite, let the hostage go and I'll give you one of my men." Ultra Humanite responds while holding a gun and a hostage. "What do you take me for? A troglodyte? No deal." Before he could fire his gun, GL takes it away from him and says, "Drop the weapon, Megilla." Superman flies in and pushes Humanite into the building, freeing the hostage. Batman lands down and says, Look for other hostages. GL flies into the building. Right. Superman fought Humanite while GL goes to check any of the rooms for people trapped inside. Batman says to the hostage, "You're safe now." The hostage responds back, "But you're not." Batman was clawed in the face by the hostage, revealing herself to be Cheetah. It was a trap for the Justice League. GL turns when he hears Batman being attacked, soon getting ambushed by Grundy after he bursts out of the walls. Superman slams Humanite's face into a pillar, but he then hears GL crash through the floor from Grundy's attack, with the zombie jumping down to slam on him. A laser hits Superman on the back of his head, revealing that Star Sapphire had ambushed him from behind. Surprised, Sapphire says as she was amused at Superman's misery. Cheetah continued to attack Batman, the Dark Knight barely dodging and getting his cape torn by the feline. He reacts just in time to throw Copperhead over his shoulder before he could do anything, though Cheetah dodged Copperhead too, leaving the two animal villains to still face Batman. Grundy charges at Superman with 2 fists forward and knocks him back before laying a few punches in. Lex says from his spot above the fight, "I'm going to enjoy this." Grundy knocks Superman into a screen before catching him and slamming him into the ground. Yo start pounding punches into him. Hawkgirl suddenly arrives in through a window and knocks Grundy into a pillar, causing it to collapse on him. Cheetah tries to attack again, but Batman dodged and tossed her over shoulder, paired with Flash arriving to knock Copperhead back and say, "Down boy." Cheetah jumps at Batman again, only for Wonder Woman to catch her in the lasso of truth. The feline struggles to get out as Diana flies above her. "Let me go." Flash tells her, "Relax lady, this'll all be over before you know it." The Scarlet Speedster runs off to search the building, not noticing he passed Shade hiding in a shadow. Shade smirks and sticks his stick out. "That's what you think." Shadows trap Flash and crash him into a wall, knocking him out. Hawkgirl fights Star Sapphire, deflecting shots with her mace before landing 3 solid hits on her. Shade used his stick to trap Hawkgirl in shadows, making her fall to the ground from NYU, restricting her wings. Batman runs to Shade faster than he can react and kicks him, freeing Hawkgirl from the shadows. Star Sapphire fires at Batman, only for him to throw a batarang at her gem, interrupting her shot and making it hit a pipeline above Wonder Woman, forcing her to drop Cheetah so she could break it before it hit her. Wonder Woman then found herself blocking shots from Star Sapphire as Batman sees where Luther watching Superman wrestle Humanite. Lex yells from his spot, "Finish him off." Humanite backs Superman into a wall before throwing him away. Batman ran at Lex as the businessman drew a gun on him, tackling him and grabbing him by the chest. Luther headbutts Batman and lands some punches on him, grabbing his gun before he could get up again and pointing it at him. Unfortunately, a stray shot deflected by Diana destroyed the level Lex was on, making him fall towards the ground. "There goes our paycheck," Humanite said before jumping and catching Lex, setting him on the ground. He says to Luther, "I hate to see anything happen to you, Lex." Luther sarcastically says, "I'm sure." Knowing Humanite really did it for the money. Batman was about to go after them, but Copperhead sneaked up behind him and bit him, only for GL to blast the snake off. GL flies over to Batman to check on him. "You okay?" Batman feels where he was bitten at. "Don't worry about me, stop them." GL flies back to the fight again. Humanite calls out to Lex Luther, "They're too well organized," only for said ape to get punched by Superman. Shade pushes back an attack from GL and says, "Let me get us out of here. It's either that or prison again." Lex responds back with an aggravated expression. "All right, just do it." Shade covers the entire room in shadows which then extend out of the building. By the time GL used his ring to light up the room, the entire Injustice gang was gone. Hawkgirl lands down and says, "They're gone." Flash stands over a knocked-out Copperhead and says, "Look, we still got one of them." Superman lands down where Batman was out cold. "But they got one of us." He turns him over to see Batman was sweating and moaning in pain. The Injustice gang may have lost the fight, but they still hit the team hard when they took out Batman. Watchtower. Batman had recovered from the venom thanks to the antidote the infirmary had. Jean says as Batman starts to wake up, "The venom antidote, it's working." Izuku had joined him and Superman during this, worried that one of his trainers might have died if no one could cure the venom. Superman tells Batman, "Welcome back. We were afraid we lost you." Batman barely managed to say from his bed, "Luther and the others, what happened?" Jean answered his questions. "They got away, all but Copperhead." Superman adds, "I'm headed down to Stryker's to interrogate him." Batman tries to get up. "All right, let's go." Superman puts a hand out to stop him. "No, you're staying here. That venom almost killed you." Batman responds back, So, you're staying here." Superman replies, getting a glare from Batman before turning around and leaving. After Superman left, Batman unplugged his IV cord and heads for the main computer, with Jean and Izuku following him. As Batman types away, Jean tells him, "You really should be resting. I know this must be hard for you, feeling vulnerable. You're the only one of us without special powers. But you don't need to prove yourself, you're a valued member of this team and we're only trying to." Batman interrupted him, "I'm taking the shuttle, unless you want to try and stop me." He says this as he gives Jean his famous bat glare. Jean just responds with, "No," stepping aside so he could leave. Izuku could only worry that Batman may be getting in over his head and not relying on his teammates as much. Back at the hideout, the best at what you do. What was I thinking? Lex asks himself, clearly frustrated his plan at killing the Justice League failed. Cheetah says to him, "We did everything we could. Did you? Did you fight like your lives depended on it? Did you fight to the last man?" Lex asks as he paces past the team. Lex then points at Jinx. "And what were you doing while we were getting beat down?" Jinx glares at him, not liking being underestimated by him and having her work undermined. "For your information, I was lifting the entire team up. Every part of the battle I was rigging the place against the League. I altered things like Grundy's surrounding and where Sapphire's stray shots landed just so the heroes didn't get the edge over us." "What were you doing to help us, Lex? Standing up there playing cheerleader for us?" Shade responds back to Lex after Jinx's roast. "You get what you pay for, Luther." Lex scowls at him and says, "Are you saying you want more money? You want to be rewarded for failure? I oughta take the whole lot of ya." And Grundy grabs Luther by the throat and asks, "And what?" Lex barely gasps for air as he bluffs. "Go ahead, do it. You'll be saving me from months of bedpans and feeding tubes. And you'll also guarantee that none of you will see a penny from me." Grundy drops Lex and says, "You're crazy." The door suddenly bursts open as someone says, "And what's wrong with that? It's done wonders for me." Name: Joker. Occupation: Gotham's clown prince of crime and Batman's nemesis. No one knows who the Joker really is, only clue being he was once a gang leader before encountering Batman at Ace Chemicals and falling into a vat of chemicals. Since then, Gotham has been terrorized by this psychotic killer clown, with even Batman unable to take him on without a great risk coming. Having this clown showing up to your birthday will lead to one bad day. "Get out of here," Lex calls out, not wanting to get involved with him after his last encounter with the clown. Joker hugs him and says in mock hurt expression, "Oh Lexi, I'm hurt. How could you have this little party without inviting me?" Lex tells him with an annoyed tone, "It's not a party, Grundy. Get rid of him." Grundy tries to grab Joker, only for the clown to spray the zombie with a gas that knocks him out. Jinx looks at him and asks, "What did you even spray him with?" Joker smirks at her, "It's an old family secret." The clown then looks at Luther. "But seriously Lex, you need me. Like I need skin rash." Lex counters, not in the mood to work with him. Joker grabs something from Lex's shoulder before sitting on Grundy. "Maybe so, but I know something you don't know. I know how the bat thinks," he says while showing what he found. It was a tiny bat-shaped object with a glowing red circle. Batman had placed a tracker on him. Later, Batman arrives at the place to find the Injustice gang. He follows the tracker until he finds them on a lower level playing cards. Grundy asks, "How long we wait here?" "Patience, Grundy, patience," Lex tells him. Grundy says, Grundy not like waiting. While Batman was listening in, he didn't notice the Joker sneak up right behind him. Joker hit Batman on the back of his head with a bag of rocks, causing him to crash onto the poker table below. The villains stand over the unconscious Batman, knowing they have him now. Joker dumps the rocks on Batman while laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Batman slowly wakes up, only to get slapped by someone who says, "Wakey wakey, Batman." The Dark Knight could only respond back with a non-surprised tone. "Joker, I should have known you'd be in on this." Joker responds in mock surprise with his hands on his face. "Really? I must be falling into a rut." The Clown Prince of Crime then went over to Lex and asks, "You're not going to leave him like this, are you?" Lex asks back and unamused, "Why, hello, he's still alive." Joker responds before gritting his teeth. "And he's going to stay that way until I say we don't need him anymore." Lex answered back, staying firm on his decision. Lex, take it from someone who knows. Don't wait. Do it now." Joker tells him, saying the last bit as a whisper while tracing a finger on the pistol in Luther's holster. "You don't like my decisions. Leave," Lex says before elbowing him. Joker mutters while walking away, "And they say I'm crazy." The other villains stared at Lex, uncertain like Joker if keeping Batman alive was a good idea. Luther looks back at them and yells, "What? Those restraints are pure titanium. He'll never get loose. That stasis field will prevent the Martian from locating him." He then approached Batman and asks, "Now Batman, you must have some kind of pass key or access code I can use against your friends. Where is it?" Batman smirks with smug face. "Guess, Grundy." Luther says to order him to do something to Batman's utility belt. Grundy touches around the belt, only to get zapped with electricity and knocked down. Joker responds in a taunting and singing tone, "I told you." "Shut up," Lex says back before he starts walking out of the room. "Bring that upstairs. I'll get it open." Star Sapphire levitates the belt as the villains leave with Lex. Grundy and Humanite were ordered to stay behind to guard Batman. Later in another room, Lex was with the other villains as he tries to use a machine to force open all pockets in Batman's utility belt. Unfortunately, the defense mechanisms kicked in again and it let out a small explosion in the room, startling Jinx in the process. Star Sapphire says to the bald maniac, "Careful, just because you won't live to see old age doesn't mean the rest of us don't want to." A loud pounding sound went off in the background, prompting Luther to ask, "What was that?" Another similar noise then gave Lex the realization of what was wrecking the place in the back. "I should have known." The team goes to the room where Batman was being held to find Grundy and Humanite fighting each other. Lex's face twitched in annoyance before yelling at them, "Stop it right now, you imbeciles are killing me faster than the kryptonite." Both of the large villains said back, "Sorry." The bald man approached Batman and points at him. "You did this, didn't you?" Batman didn't respond, not needing to give the narcissist any answers. Luther responds back before leaving again, "Well, it won't happen again. Cheetah, take over here. If our friend here causes any more trouble, gag him." Cheetah hissed at Batman, though the Caped Crusader didn't have any reaction. When the rest of the villains were in another room, Luther started experiencing pain again from the blood poisoning. Humanite goes to help him as Star Sapphire asks, "What's wrong?" Grundy says, "He don't look so good." Shade glances a bit at the zombie. "Maybe we should get paid now." Luther turns to them, "I'm fine. Now get out. I've got work to do." The team leaves Luther and Humanite alone in the same room. Meanwhile at Stryker Prison, Copperhead was being interrogated by Superman, Flash and All Might, though the villain wasn't being very helpful. The Snake villain tells them, "I keep telling you, I don't know anything. I'm just an..." Flash says the rest the same time as him, annoyed at him. "An innocent victim of circumstances." Yeah, we know." Superman grabs Copperhead by the collar and pins him against the wall of the interrogation room. "Copperhead, when are you going to get some sense and tell us where Luther is?" Copperhead responds back in a mocking and sarcastic tone, "Oh, this must be the part where I get so scared, I spill my guts. I'm warning you," Superman says as he draws a fist back. Copperhead mocks him more. "What are you going to do, Boy Scout? Sort my sheets? Give me a wedgie." Superman drops Copperhead and calls out, "Guards." The guards came in and took Copperhead away as the snake villain taunts Superman with his tongue. "Hasta la vista," Flash said rhetorically. "That went well," Superman asks after he left. "How does Batman do it?" All Might admits in his mind. Batman is more experienced than any pro-hero on the planet with investigations. No wonder criminals fear him. He's always 10 steps ahead of them before the super-powered heroes even know a crime even happens. Later at the Watchtower, Star Sapphire flies to the station with Grundy and Shade in an energy bubble. Luther had managed to open Batman's belt and find the transmitter used to open the hangar of the Watchtower. The plan was for a bomb that Grundy was carrying in a case to be planted inside and for it to go off once the Justice League was inside. "Whoa, Grundy not like heights," Grundy says as they get close to the Watchtower. "Hang on, we're almost there," Star Sapphire says before Shade uses the transmitter to open the hangar door. Martian Manhunter sees them enter the hangar. "Intruders," he says before turning on the alarm. Jean knew this wasn't a good situation to be in, especially with Midoriya on the Watchtower with him and the villains. Izuku asks Jean after getting startled by the alarm. "What's happening, Jean?" Jean tells him as he flies away. "We have intruders on board. Get to another room and hide." The green-haired teen sees him go to check the hangar, not sure if he would be alright or not. He goes to see the video feed and find out what's happening, suddenly surprised to see the screen pitch black. Izuku tries to fix the quality so it would work better. "Come on, I need to see what happened." The darkness soon clears several minutes later, revealing Jean was knocked out and 3 villains were in the hangar. The kid watches as they leave several minutes later, giving Izuku the moment he needed to go down and help Jean. Izuku lifts Jean up, barely able to support his weight, so he would have to take breaks so he could continue again. Later with Batman, Joker wheels in a small television and tells him, "Showtime everybody, live and in color, the end of the Justice League." Batman responds back with sarcasm, "Don't make me laugh." Joker chuckles before turning on the screen to show the Watchtower. "It's no joke, it's a surprise hidden in your little clubhouse. And once your chums get there, kablooey." He holds out a bag of popcorn to offer. "Popcorn." When Batman doesn't respond, he says before eating some, "Oh well, more for me." Humanite looks over his shoulder. "Joker, you nauseate me," he says before leaving the room. Oh, he's going to miss the show, and the sequel, Joker says before eating more popcorn. Batman asks from his bindings, "What sequel? After the bomb gets your friends." "I get you," Joker says before chuckling to himself while thinking about all of the fun he'll have with him. Batman could only watch and hope they figure out the problem soon. Meanwhile at the Watchtower, the Javelin arrives there and Flash steps out first, only to see Izuku still trying to get Jean out of the hangar. "Jean, Izuku," Flash calls out before running over to them. GL looks at the Martian. He's out cold. Wonder Woman asks, "What happened?" Izuku tells her, "I don't know." One moment he goes to check the hangar out, only to get knocked out quickly in the next. "I'll take him to the medical bay." "You find Batman," Superman says before picking Jean up and flying to the medical bay. Little did anyone know the trap they put themselves in. With Injustice Gang, Lex says to himself, "Any minute now, any minute." Shade asks him, "And then we get paid, right?" Lex looks at him with an annoyed expression. "Please, can't you let me savor this one moment?" Shade apologized. "Sorry." Watchtower. Jean was in bed as they tried to help recover him. GL and Hawkgirl reported that Batman had left, just like Izuku said he did. Wonder Woman receives a call. "Hello, I beg your pardon, where?" "Hello, hello." Superman asks, "What did he say?" Diana tells him, "It wasn't Batman, it was someone saying there's a bomb up here." Izuku's eyes widened immediately, freaking out. "What, a bomb?" Flash says, "Must be some kind of joke." Superman denies this. "No, this is serious. That's a secure line." GL activates his ring. "Then what are we waiting for? Spread out and find it." Everyone was searching the place quickly as possible, but Izuku then realized something. He puts everything together to find out what happened. The villains just came in and knocked Jean out when they were here, and they didn't spend much time here. There was little time for them to get further into the station after what they did. If they only appeared in the hangar, then that means. Izuku calls out to Stuart. Green Lantern, try the hangar. GL then scans the floors of the hangar, finding heat signatures from feet that led him to a briefcase. Stuart then calls out, Flash, I'm on it. Flash says before grabbing it and running towards the hangar door. Superman presses the button to open the door as Flash throws it out just in time. Injustice Gang. Lex watches as the bomb goes off. Yes. But then he sees the Watchtower is in one piece, meaning the plan failed. No, it's not fair. They should be cosmic dust. Luther tells before throwing his chair into the screen. Cheetah says from her spot with the others. Luther, calm down. Your condition. Lex turns around and answered those comments. What do you care? You're just a bunch of money-grubbing incompetent crooks. That's it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm out of here. Star Sapphire says before walking away. Cheetah agrees with her and leaves with a small smile. Me too. Jinx taunts Luther before leaving with the team. Have fun dealing with Superman, loser. Wait, Luther calls out. I'll double your pay. What's the point? Star Sapphire says. It's over. No, Lex says as he tries to argue them back. We can still lure them here. I have a plan, but we've got to stick together. Grundy says before lowering the door. Grundy not that dumb. All right then, Triple. Luther practically begged them back. The door stopped as they raised it up, Luther finally catching their interest. Watchtower. Hawkgirl says after trying to call. Batman's still not answering. Jean was soon awake and tells them what happened. It was Star Sapphire, Grundy and the Shade. I saw them coming, then everything went black. Diana thinks, how could they have gotten in? GL answered her, only one way. Batman's transmitter. Superman asks Jean, can you sense where Batman is? Jean says, I lost contact with him hours ago. Even now, I can't detect his mind. All Might looks out the window. Batman could be anywhere at this point, and the villain's having his utility belt doesn't make it any better. Izuku speaks up, I think I have a way to track him. The League members looked at Midoriya, not sure what trick he had up his sleeve this time. Izuku shows a tiny black circle from a pocket he had. Ever since Batman allowed me access to the tech here, I tried making some of my own gadgets. I made a prototype tracker that only works if the target isn't in a high state of adrenaline. I put it on Batman's cowl while he was unconscious here from the venom. Hawkgirl tells him, smart move, kid, now we got a lead to where he is. All Might asks a question that puts Izuku to the test. Will it work though? We have no clue if Luther found the tracker or if Batman removed it. Superman says, only one way to find out. Try it out, Izuku. Izuku activated the tracking system, taking several minutes for it to calibrate itself before it hones in on the building Batman was in. The tracker leads them to an abandoned building in Metropolis. Injustice Gang. Ultra Humanite activates a machine that puts a chest plate and back plate on Lex before pumping energy into him and stopping. Cheetah asks, will he be alright? This containment unit should stabilize his condition. Ultra Humanite answered after taking gloves off. The next few minutes will tell. Grundy comes running in. Mr. Luther. Mr. Luther. Batman broke that static thingy. Humanite takes his lab coat off. He's probably already contacted the Martian. He'll be here soon. What are we going to do? Grundy asked. Don't panic. Lex answered Grundy as he stands up. We'll be ready for them, once we get rid of the traitor. Traitor? Cheetah asks, not sure why he would think someone would betray them if Luther gave them a fortune. Think about it, Luther says as he goes towards the security monitor. The only way they could have found the bomb is if someone told them. One of us. Fortunately, this old place still has functioning surveillance cameras. The video shows Cheetah kissing Batman, likely framing the possibility that she had fallen for the enemy. She backs away and says, no I didn't, I wouldn't, you can't think. Cheetah had back into Grundy as the team had pretty much turned against her. Luther calls out, get her. Grundy tried to grab her, but she dodged and kicks him before jumping over and going to the elevator door, only to be greeted by Joker shocking her. Joker says before going to the team's side, And they say I'm not a team player. Grundy, the pretty kitty's all yours, Lex said, letting the zombie grab her and drag her away. Cheetah calls out as she's being dragged away to an unknown fate. No, it wasn't me, you got the wrong one. Wait. Luther then says, now let them come. Meanwhile outside, Martian Manhunter tells the group, I can now sense which room Batman is in. In there, along with rest of them. GL says as he flies near them. Then it's a hostage situation. They may try to use him as a shield. Jean responds before phasing through the surface. Not if I can help it. Wait, Superman calls out, but it was too late since he left to find Batman. They waited for a long while, but Jean didn't respond back after a while, implying something stopped him. Hawkgirl calls out, time's up, now we do it my way. The Justice League breaks into the place and begins fighting the villains that were waiting for them. Star Sapphire fires a laser at Flash that knocked him into Hawkgirl. Green Lantern fires at Sapphire and takes her on in the air. Superman flies straight at Grundy and takes him into a wall with him. Hawkgirl flies towards them, only for Shade to trap her in shadows, causing her to crash into one of the statues. One down, Shade says, only for his stick to get taken by Diana's lasso. The same lasso then traps Joker before he tries to escape. Shade goes towards her, but Diana just hits him in the gut with the stick before hitting him on top of the head with it, knocking him to the ground. Joker tosses a doll at her as he's being pulled towards her. Catch. The doll says, Mama, before blowing up in her face. Superman flies past with Grundy again into an escalator, destroying it completely. Jinx came in and used her bad luck powers to trap Superman's feet into the ground, not giving him any chance to break out, even if he did break the hard floor. A young voice calls out, why don't you pick on someone else? Izuku swings in wearing his vigilante outfit and kicks Jinx away, giving Superman the opportunity he needed to get free. Meanwhile, All Might found Humanite and tries to battle him, which fighting the intelligent ape was more than difficult due to the size and genius of his caliber. Superman punches Grundy into a statue, only for the zombie to throw the statue at him, leaving to Superman punching it in half and sending one of those halves flying. GL tries to warn Star Sapphire during their fight. Duck. She didn't listen and got taken out by the statue from behind. GL smiles a little and says, I tried to warn her. Shade was about to use his stick on him, but Flash ran in and said, lights out, Shade. Before punching him into Hawkgirl. Hawkgirl then grabs the stick, hits him in the gut with it, hits him on the head with it, and breaks the stick with her knee before casting it aside. Flash then goes after Joker, but the clown throws marbles that blow up on the ground when Flash reached them, sending him flying into a statue and knocking him out. Izuku was fighting Jinx, trying to dodge her powers, but Jinx's range of attack was hard to avoid, leaving the boy to crash into different things around him. Jinx smirks at him, for a pathetic hero, you're just embarrassing yourself trying to fight me. Did you just get out of a second-rate hero academy? She did think to herself a bit. Though there's something about his looks that I like. If only he could have made this interesting. Izuku gets up after having crashed into some shelves. It doesn't matter what you think of me. I'll stop you, even if I put myself at risk. Jinx rolls her eyes. You don't have to be so overdramatic about fighting me. I'm sure that bat-themed hero wouldn't mind having you as a butler or another intern. Might want to make this the lesson you don't forget. Izuku thinks a strategy for this. Her powers send energy through the environment to affect the area against her enemies. If I can use this area to my advantage, her powers can take herself out. The hooded kid throws a few batarangs at her, followed by a freeze grenade at her. The female villain couldn't do anything to affect the normal batarangs since there was nothing behind her that could be used as bad luck in connection with them. The batarang distraction was all that was needed for the freeze grenade to go off at Jinx's legs, trapping her feet to the floor. She growls at him and sends a shockwave at him, but that was exactly what Izuku wanted. Izuku dodged out of the way of a falling pillar in time, the tall stone object falling towards Jinx and launching her off the floor they were on. The green-haired kid didn't think twice and jumps down, catching Jinx and grappling up to a higher floor. She was surprised that only did Izuku take her seriously as an enemy, but he went out of his way to save her too. Jinx looks up at him after Izuku puts her in a spot where she couldn't get up. Just who are you, anyways? Izuku didn't know how to answer her, not getting a legal hero name at the moment. For you, I guess I'm nothing. He then realized Jinx had gotten a few cuts from the debris. Here, let me help you with that. Jinx didn't know how to respond to his kind yet motivating attitude except maybe try to hide something on her face. She thought to herself, just who is he, and why is this guy with the Justice League of all heroes? Meanwhile, Superman pretty much sent Grundy crashing through a wall. He stands on top of Grundy's chest and says, "Enough, where's Luther?" His answer was Luther saying, "Right here," and getting hit from behind by a beam of kryptonite. "And I'm going to enjoy every moment of this," Lex says as he approached Superman, who was leaning against the wall from getting a dose of the radiation. Superman couldn't stand anymore as had his back to the wall. "Why so surprised, Superman? It's a basic rule of business. Turn every weakness into a strength," Luther says before blasting him with more kryptonite from his palms. Superman groans in pain as Lex hit him with wave after wave of radiation, not relenting on the hero. Lex then adds while he's still blasting him, "Of course, that's a lesson you may not live to appreciate." A voice behind him says, "Neither will you, Lex." Luther gets shocked from behind, his suit unable to stop him from being weakened by tons of voltage. He turns around to see the real traitor all along. "Ultra Humanite, et tu, Humanite," Lex barely says before falling unconscious. "Don't move," GL says as the rest of the Justice League arrive to where they were. Humanite drops his weapon and puts his hands in the air. "I surrender." Later in the other room, Joker sneaked off while the others were being arrested, wanting to finish off Batman while he still had a chance. Unfortunately, the bindings were empty, shocking Joker with the fact that he lost his chance to kill him. "What?" Joker points his gun around, trying to find him, only to look behind and find himself face to face with Batman. Batman knocked away Joker's gun and caught his punch before socking him in the face with a punch. Joker calls out, "No fair, how did you get free?" Batman answered his confusion, "I could have escaped anytime, but I thought I'd stick around to keep an eye on you clowns." The Dark Knight punches Joker across the face again, pushing him back several feet. "You're despicable," Joker said while falling down to the ground unconscious in a dizzy state, with Batman smirking at his comment. Later, police had arrived and took all of the Injustice gang away into custody, ending most of their trouble for now. Batman tells Superman as the prisoners were being taken away, "Took you long enough to find them." Superman says as he gestured to Midoriya, "Thank Izuku. If it wasn't for his tracker he placed on you, we wouldn't have known where you were." Izuku was nervous as Batman looks at him, feeling the Dark Hero was about to give him a scolding on coming to the fight with them. Batman tells him, "You can come with us on missions, but only if it's necessary." Young Midoriya's eyes brightened and he looks at him. "Really, I'm not grounded." Batman corrected him on what he said. "I said only if it's necessary for you to help. You're still being trained to go to UA, so don't expect to go on any emergency that pops up." He couldn't help but pump his fist, glad he can get out in the field some. Izuku's narration, "It was this mission that made it said and done that I was going to be a member of the Justice League in the future. I may have been a trainee at that time, but the fight and me tracking the villains down proved I had already made great progress. This also meant the villains knew that there's a new young hero on the block. A coastal city was experiencing a powerful hurricane that hit the beaches hours ago, putting the people who lived there in jeopardy. Rescue teams were working overtime with Superman, Wonder Woman and All Might to save citizens who were caught up in the destruction of the storm. Superman and Wonder Woman were quick to save a few firemen who almost crashed their fire truck off a highway. The Man of Steel asks them, "Are you guys okay?" The fireman responds after getting out, "A little worse for wear, but we're okay." A girl calls out for help from a tree nearby. "Mommy, mommy, help." Diana acts immediately and flies in to grab the girl, getting her away before the tree fell over from the strong winds. Wonder Woman says as she flies to a safe spot with her, "I got you, little sister." "You're not my sister," the girl replies, obviously not knowing why Diana called her that. "Cassie, A mother calls out as Diana lands down and lets the girl go. "Mommy." The girl cries and runs over to hug her mother. The mother tells her after a minute, "How could you run off like that? You almost scared me to death." "I'm sorry," the girl says and hugs again, clearly feeling regret for what happened. "I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you," the mother said to her daughter. "You're my whole world." Diana watched the two go back inside house, not paying attention to the traffic light pole about to fall on her from behind. Superman sees this and flies in and moves her from the spot before it hit. "You're usually more careful than that," Superman says after they recovered from the close encounter. Diana tries to explain to him. "I'm sorry, I don't know." "What's wrong?" Superman asked, feeling concerned that something was bothering one of his friends. "My mother used to say the planets revolved around me. She called me her little sun and stars. You know I left Themyscira against her wishes." Diana tells Superman, explaining her homesickness problem. Superman steps forward and says, "Maybe you should go back and set things right." "But what would I say to her?" Diana asked. Superman gave a plain answer. "Try the truth." Diana paused and says, "If only it were that easy. But you're right, I can't put it off any longer." All Might comes in stopping a car from crashing into a building, just barely catching it before it hit the wall and landing safely to get the man out of it. "I am here, riding the storm like a hero." He sees Diana and Superman nearby and asks, Did I come at a bad time? Or did a new situation pop up?" Diana tells All Might, "I'm going to go back to my home at Themyscira to repair my relationship with my mother." All Might nods and says, "Good idea. I'm sure your mother can forgive you for leaving since the world was at stake when you came here." The One for All hero thinks a bit. "Though Midoriya is really going to miss you when you're gone." "I know," Diana says, not liking it any better than either of them that she had to leave him behind. "Take good care of him, All Might. I feel even Zeus and Hera would be impressed by him one day." All Might nods. "All right. Be careful out there, Wonder Woman." Diana begins to walk away as Superman asks her, "When will you be back?" "I don't know," she answered before flying off, leaving Superman and All Might to walk away to deal with the rest of the problems. Hours later at the Watchtower, Izuku could only reply with an expression that showed understanding, but he still felt down at what he heard. "Oh, so she went home to see her mother again. I guess I would miss my mother too if I was gone for a long while." All Might tells him while he was back to his weak form. Some heroes are lucky to have family that are still alive today. Most of the time, a hero's sole motive for saving the day is because they lost someone close to them. Even if something doesn't kill a hero's parents, they still have to live with the knowledge that they can't live forever. Izuku sighs and looks down. "Still, I'm going to miss having Diana around. She was probably the first female hero to take me seriously on my dream. I know Midoriya, she's a nice friend to have. But she needs to get things straightened out with her mother or else it'll bother her in the long run." All Might says, not sure how else to put Midoriya at ease during Diana's absence. Soon Martian Manhunter calls from his spot at the monitors. "Midoriya, I have something for you." Izuku hurries over and stops near him. "Yes, Jean." Jean tells him, "There's been an alarm tripped at a museum. I'm sending you there with Superman to find out the situation." Izuku asks him, "What about the others?" "Hawkgirl is busy dealing with another issue on the other side of the planet. Green Lantern and Flash could meet up later, but they're dealing with rescue operations from a recent tornado." Jean explained to him, pretty much settling that it was just him and Superman for this mission. Izuku nods and gets his vigilante outfit on, hurrying to the hangar to get on the Javelin with Superman. Several minutes earlier at the museum, Wonder Woman had entered the place through the skylight, pulling out a red fragment to light up the room and have it lead her to what she was after. She sees an amphora that looked familiar to her people, even though the curator couldn't identify who made it. "Menelip, good for you. I always said your work was museum quality." The fragment soon leads her to a vase that was glowing like it, prompting Diana to walk over towards it. Suddenly, the alarm went off from her stepping past a hidden laser, the building immediately closing all ways out. "First things first," Diana says before breaking the vase, followed by asking when she picks the item inside up. Why would Faust want this? A giant statue comes to life and goes towards Diana, pulling out its sword once she noticed it. Great Gaia, Diana said in shock of the new defense she had to take on. She narrowly dodged the blade and flew away, wrapping the lasso around the arm holding the blade. The statue outmatched her in strength and yanked her over, punching her into a wall with its other fist. Diana weakly got up and flew away from a downward strike of the sword. The statue opens its palm to reveal it had gotten the item from her during the fight. No, give that back, she yells, going over to try to pry it from its closed fist. I must have it. Diana winds up having to dodge a few swings from the sword again before getting punched into a Greek-based structure nearby, the whole structure falling down on her. The statue pokes its sword in the rubble for a bit before turning to leave again, only turning around again when it heard noise from the pile. Wonder Woman stands up holding a pillar and says, I am Diana, Princess of the Amazons. I won't be denied. She threw the pillar at it, severely damaging one of its legs. Diana flew at the statue and punches it, knocking it into and destroying two of the building's real pillars, following it by delivering two punches that knocked the statue's head off. She gets on it and lands a few more punches before the statue is nothing but rubble and rocks, giving her the moment to recover the item she found. Diana, Superman calls out as he flies in with Izuku landing down with a grapple line. What's going on? This is not your concern. Diana tells him, not wanting to drag the Justice League into the problem. Superman lands down and looks around the damage to get his point around. When my friends start tearing up museums, it becomes my concern. I've already alerted the others. When they get here they want an explanation. Izuku's narration. Wonder Woman then explained to us what happened on her trip to Themyscira. When she got there, her sisters and mother were found completely turned into stone, the island pretty much damaged everywhere. A wizard named Faust was responsible and made a bargain with Diana for them being restored. If she could get 3 artifacts in 24 hours, Faust would free them. Later at the museum rooftop, Superman, Izuku Midoriya, All Might, Flash and Martian Manhunter were all there to hear Wonder Woman explain the problem to them. She tells them, of course I don't trust this Faust, but what else can I do? Flash runs over and says, I say we go over there and kick that sorcerer's butt. No, Diana replies to him, men are forbidden from ever setting foot on Themyscira. Someone should have told him that. Flash counters. Besides, I gave him my word that I would find the other relics. Diana adds, not liking the idea still that she had to give his demands. Izuku asks her, but what if he breaks his promise? Then what do you do? Diana didn't respond, not wanting to think what would happen if her mother and sisters were to stay as stone forever. I'm afraid that leaves us but one course of action, Jean says before pausing a bit and then answering. We will have to help you. Diana smiles and nods, glad her friends were willing to help her get her family back. Somewhere in a South American jungle, the javelin lands down for the heroes Flash, All Might and Martian Manhunter to step out. Flash talks about the fantasy of going to Themyscira, even though men weren't allowed. Picture it, the sun, the sea, hundreds of just like her running around and me, the first man they've seen in maybe forever. Oh and look what I've brought. Iced mochas for everyone, sweet. All Might shakes his head in disappointment from Flash's little story. Seriously, her family is on the line, and all he can think about is a sexual fantasy. Jean says back, I fail to see the attraction. Man, you really are from Mars. Flash says as he crossed his arms. Perhaps we should concentrate on finding the relic. Jean tells him, reminding him why they're here. Flash smiles and says, no problem. He grabs the fragment and runs into the temple nearby, coming back with another vase seconds later. See, that was easy, Flash says before opening it and pulling the relic out of it. Suddenly, the ground is shaking before a giant serpent comes out of the ground. And it can breathe fire apparently. Meanwhile at Metropolis Mall, Superman, Wonder Woman and Izuku Midoriya were outside as the gem was leading them inside. Superman says as he sees its destination, there must be some mistake. No, Diana tells him, according to the gem, it's in there. The three went inside, even though the place was empty at the time. Diana says as she looks around. It's like some kind of temple. Yes, Superman says in joking manner. For those who worship their credit cards. When Diana walks by a female clothes store containing bikinis and other kinds of clothes, she asks. How could any female wear such ridiculous garments? You got me, Superman answered, obviously not able to give her the real answer. Izuku comments on their search. If you think that's strange, wait until you meet Midnight from my country. Superman used X-ray vision to search, eventually finding it under the floor. There it is. The Man of Steel drills down and comes back with it seconds later. Why would it be buried here? Diana asks, still puzzled on what all of this was about. I don't know, Superman replies as he lands over and hands the vase to Diana. I'd say it's been here a very long time. Diana looks at it and says, someone went through a lot of trouble to make sure these pieces were never disturbed. Just when she was about to open it, a bright light flashed out and knocked all three of them back. Diana calls out to them. Superman, Izuku. But then she gets surprised when she sees two monsters in their place. Similarly, Superman calls out. Diana. But he's surprised to see two monsters there. What? Izuku's eyes widened and he shook with fear when he saw two big monsters standing where they were. What happened? Where did they go? What have you done with Superman and Izuku? Answer me, Diana yells, going over and punching the monster where Superman originally was. The monster reels back from the punch, only to launch Diana back with its own. Back at the jungle, the serpent used its fire breath on Jean, weakening him due to it being his species' weakness. Jean, Flash says before running over and catching him. The snake tries to burn them, but Flash rotates his arms fast to create a strong wind currents. You're toast, Flash calls out as he managed to blow the fire back at the serpent. All Might holds onto Jean for Flash as they all get out of the way of another fire blast. Flash dodged and gets the snake to chase him, tricking it into tying itself into a knot. The Scarlet Speedster runs over to Jean and All Might and asks. You guys okay? You get the relic, I'll take care of the rest. Jean says as he gets up after having recovered from the fire. Flash runs off to grab the relic and leaving Jean to deal with the snake. When the serpent tried to attack, Jean uppercuts its jaw, finishing it off in one blow. Flash arrives back with the relic and reacts to the snake being taken out in a natural way. Remind me to never get on your bad side. All Might responds back, agreed. Back at the mall. Superman was knocked back from a hard strike by the monster he was fighting, then getting hit by its tail into a bookstore, demolishing a few bookshelves. Superman flew at the monster, punching it across the face. Izuku had been watching the monsters fight each other, fearing they would come towards him. The kid may have been trained by the Justice League, but his arsenal was no match for something he didn't know about. He watched as one of them wraps its tail around the other's neck, choking it before it did a backwards headbutt and goes through an upper floor. The skinny monster falls onto a car, damaging it before getting up and throwing it at the winged monster. The winged monster crashed into part of the structure with the car blowing up before the monster threw it at the skinny monster. The skinny monster looked like it grabbed something from the ceiling and then grabs Superman to give a powerful shock and elbowing him to the ground below. Izuku then realized something from the battle. Wait. That monster never used lightning powers before. If that was one of its powers, it should have used it somewhere earlier in the fight. He looks up and sees some damage from the place the monster attacked from before shocking, only to realize some wiring had been taken away. Young Midoriya thinks further. Everything in this environment has been affected the same way Superman and Wonder Woman would fight. Even when the skinny monster wrapped its tail around the big one, the fight behaved like it was Wonder Woman using her lasso. If that's the case, then that means. Izuku was shocked at what he found out. I got to do something to stop this fight. Superman looks into water below and sees his reflection, and Diana's reflection on top of his. Diana, it's me, Superman calls out as he tries to look up at her. Diana couldn't listen to him, punching his head into the ground before tossing him further down the mall. Diana, stop, it's an illusion. Superman tries to tell her, but Wonder Woman only hears the monster's growls and other sounds. Diana, stop fighting. It's not what you think it is, Izuku says as he jumps onto her back and tries to restrain her. Unfortunately, Diana could only see Izuku as a smaller monster and tosses him off, causing the kid to crash into a pillar. Superman realized that the small monster was really Izuku. Izuku. Diana flies over and lands punch after punch after punch across Superman, with Superman only able to grab one of her feet before she kicked him hard enough to crash into the women's clothes store, getting knocked into the other side of it and nearly unconscious. I won't ask again, Diana yells before picking him up and pinning him against the wall. Where's Superman and Izuku? What she thought was a monster points behind her. The small monster was pointing at a mirror too, revealing that Diana had been fighting Superman and Izuku all along. When she realized the truth, she looked back at the monster to see she was holding onto Superman's neck like in the reflection. Superman barely managed to gasp out, "I tried to tell you." Diana sets Superman down as Izuku comes over to them. "Superman, I'm so sorry." She then thinks to herself, "What kind of horror have we unleashed?" Meanwhile on Themyscira, a mysterious voice calls to a lone figure there. Where is she, Faust? Where is the Amazon princess? The figure tells him, "Try to have patience, my lord." Name: Felix Faust. Occupation: sorcerer. Power: quirk, magic. He's spent his entire life learning every bit of knowledge of the ancient and magical world in the past, learning tons of spells. Might want to avoid playing old games or deals with him. Back to the last scene. Patience. The voice calls back angry. "I have been patient for over 3,000 years. Forgive me," Faust says. "I simply meant that the artifacts will soon be here. I feel it in my bones. And then Lord Hades, the world will be ours." The voice responds back, "Indeed it will, human. Indeed it will." Wonder Woman looks at the relic that caused all of the trouble at the mall in the first place. Powerful forces are at work here. Superman groaned and feels his head from the beating Diana gave him. "Tell me something I don't know." Diana helps him up and says, "I hope I didn't hurt you." Superman smiles some and feels his chin from an earlier hit. "Let's just say I'm glad we're usually on the same team." The two heroes and Izuku walk out of the shop that was damaged from their fight. Diana asks, "I wonder how the others are doing. They probably did better than us." Izuku says, "Probably not going to be able to forget how he just hid for most of the fight." Batman then calls in, "Diana, I've dug something on your friend Faust." "What is it?" Diana asks him back through her earpiece. Batman replies back, "I think you'd better see for yourself." Later at a university, the Justice League was investigating Faust's office that he had, finding numerous artifacts from various eras in the history of magic. "Fascinating," Jean says. "Faust clearly has a great passion for learning. Where did get this stuff?" Flash says as he picks up a staff and looks at it. "Warlocks are us." Batman sees an eye open on the staff and calls out, "Don't touch that." A laser came out of it and blasted at the wall behind Batman after he narrowly dodged it. "Oops," Flash says as he realizes he was holding a weapon. Batman comes over and takes the staff away from him. "Don't touch anything. We don't know what kind of powers we're dealing with." Everyone responds by putting whatever they were looking at down, not wanting to risk something else bad happening. Superman looks at the crater in the wall before asking, "So who is this Faust? He must be pretty powerful if he managed to get through an island full of warriors." Izuku thinks as his mind tries to picture how the scene may have played out. Batman explains, "Felix Faust was once a respected professor of archaeology, but when he became fascinated with the mystic arts, he was kicked out of the university for heretical ideas. He swore revenge on those who mocked him and several later disappeared under mysterious circumstances." Wonder Woman looks in the direction of three lifelike masks hanging on a wall. "And I have a good idea on what happened to them. Those masks were people cursed to be that way." "Ew," Flash says from being grossed by the prospect of being stuck in a wall like that. Izuku turned pale from the sight of the faces, the looks alone were enough to be nightmare fuel for months. Superman was disturbed by this. "He's mad," All Might says as he looks at the victims. "That kind of abuse of power should be stopped quickly before someone else becomes a victim." "It gets worse," Batman tells them. "I found his journal. The last entries make reference to Tartarus. Izuku was curious at the name. Tartarus, the pit of lost souls. Wonder Woman answered while having a worried expression. Isn't that place a myth? Superman asks her. If only it were. Diana replied as she looks away. All Might asks her. What do the Amazons have to do with the Greek version of hell? Izuku's narration. Diana explained to us the reason for all of this. Her mother, Hippolyta, was once in love with one of the gods, Hades. During that time, the gods and titans were at war with each other, but there was a traitor in their ranks. Hades struck a deal with the titans that he would let them on Olympus if he was allowed to rule over humanity. Hippolyta was tricked by Hades into opening the gates of Olympus, letting the titans in and causing a major battle. For his treachery, Zeus casted Hades to the underworld for all eternity to be responsible for the dead. As punishment for being part of this, Hippolyta was tasked with guarding the gate to the underworld, splitting the key and hiding it so the door would never be open. Jean says after hearing the story, "Then these relics we've been gathering must be parts of the key." Flash then picks a piece from Superman and asks, "But why would Faust want it?" Only one reason. Batman says after taking it from Flash and reassembling all three pieces to make the key. He intends to use it. Where is this gateway to the underworld? Superman asks. Beneath Themyscira. Diana answered. Superman looks at Diana and says, "Diana, you can't give Faust the key. If I don't, my mother and sisters will remain petrified forever." Diana tells him, knowing she can't lose her family. And if you do, it could mean the end of the world. Batman counters, pointing out that it would carry greater risks. Diana felt she was stuck in a rock and hard place with what to do. Should she not let Faust have it and let the Amazons remain petrified? Or should she give it to him with the knowledge that Hades would destroy the rest of the world? What are you going to do? Jean asks her. Diana looks and sees Izuku looking at her with pleading eyes. Later at Themyscira, "I should thank you for raising such a devoted daughter," Faust says as he pets the petrified face of Hippolyta. She was so eager to cooperate. Diana bursts through the door and says, "Faust. Back already," Faust says as he briefly made an hourglass appear and disappear. "And with hours to spare. I'm impressed. Have you got the relics?" Diana reveals the key she was carrying to Faust. "First, free my mother." "Oh yes, of course," Faust says before making an amulet appear and use it to free Hippolyta. Hippolyta groans after she was freed from stone, Diana going to her side and saying, "Mother." After 3,000 years, the key is finally complete. Faust says while holding the key. "Diana," Hippolyta says and looks at her. "You didn't. Thank you for your assistance," Faust says as he summons the amulet again. "But now that your usefulness is over, Petro." Flash ran past him and stole the amulet. "You're not the only one with an ace up your sleeve, pal." "What is this?" Faust exclaims. Batman then swings in from above and backhands Faust to the ground. "You brought men here to Themyscira," Hippolyta says in a form of disgust. "Did you really think she'd trust a scum like you?" Batman says as Superman, All Might and Martian Manhunter land down next to him. "It's over, Faust. Come along quietly," Superman tells the sorcerer. "Never," Faust yells before launching an energy sphere at the ceiling to get them to back away, followed by launching two of them at Superman, one of them knocking him back. "Now you see me, now you don't," Flash says as he runs in front of Faust and runs away. Faust launched several spheres at Flash, only for the speedster to dodge around them, being too fast for the sorcerer to hit. The sorcerer then makes the ground in front of him spike up suddenly, making Flash trip and crash before he could reach him. Jean hits him with his shoulder down a small staircase, making him fall onto his back. Faust fires a sphere that goes through Jean due to his intangibility and blows up the ceiling. The sorcerer then charges an even bigger one and throws it at the heroes, forcing them to split so to not get the blast. Batman winds up being tripped by the explosion as a pillar falls over, forcing Superman to come over and catch it. Faust tries to run away, but Batman ties him up with his grapple line, with Diana helping with her lasso. Suddenly, the two were shocked with a lightning spell after Faust grabs the ropes. The sorcerer tries to escape with the key again, but Jean gets in his path and says, "Halt." He tries to go the other way, but Flash and Superman cut him off. Faust throws seeds at the ground that grow out huge vines with spikes, wrapping around the heroes. Flash jokes despite the problem. Anybody got some weed killer? Batman and Diana get up as the heroes were tangled in a mess of magical plants, trying to assist in freeing them. Faust approaches Hippolyta and says, "Come, Your Highness, we don't want to be late for the grand opening." Hippolyta pulls out a dagger and tries to strike at him, but Faust quickly disarms her and zaps her unconscious. Diana calls out while trying to get free, "Mother!" All Might managed to break free of the vines and runs towards them, but it was too late. Faust and Hippolyta teleported away from the place. The vines withered away after Faust left, making it easy for the heroes to break free. The heroes reach the place Faust teleported from, with Flash commenting, "Too late, he's gone." "And so is the key," Superman adds. "No," Diana says as she looks down. Cue the My Hero Academia logo here for a short commercial break. Batman feels the spot where they were, finding no clues before Diana tells them. "There's only one place they could have gone. Follow me." Diana grabs a torch and leads them to a door, pushing a button to open it and reveal a long stairway. Flash looks around as they walk and says, "What's that smell?" "Don't ask," Diana says as they keep going. All Might still had 2 hours for his buff form, so it seemed he would be good for now, though he did say as they walked, "Never thought I'd get see what the bridge between life and death looks like." You weren't the first. Warriors like Heracles, Perseus and Odysseus have been to Tartarus before and lived to tell the tale. Diana explains to All Might. Flash comments as they go, "I guess that makes us the 4th trip down here." They soon reach a massive underground chamber filled with ruins, along with a huge gateway on the other side of the room. Hippolyta struggled against her chains as Faust heads for the mechanism that opens the door. "I beg you, stop this. You don't know what you're doing." "I know exactly what I'm doing," Faust tells her. "I've dreamt of this moment for my entire life." "Now, let's not keep our new lord waiting," Faust says before putting the key in and turning it, causing the gateway to shake as it was about to open. "No," Hippolyta calls out as she sees the gates of Tartarus open to her horror. Diana flies towards where they were and says to herself, "Hera, help us." As soon as the gates were wide open, a tall armored figure was there to come out of the huge flames on the other end, free at last. "Welcome, Lord Hades," Faust says as he bows on his knees to him. "To honor you, I've brought an offering." "Do my eyes deceive me?" the figure says as it looks at Hippolyta. "Can it be my dearest Hippolyta, here to greet her lord and master on his triumphant return from—" "Ah, but you know what I mean." He takes off his helmet to reveal his face to the Amazon Queen. Name: Hades. Occupation: God of the underworld and death. Background: Hades is one of Zeus' brothers and once a resident of Olympus before his betrayal and his punishment that sent him to the underworld. Might want to avoid having to fight this guy or else he will make your afterlife a living hell. Hippolyta says as she looks down, "Not a day has passed since I've been reminded of your treachery. And not a day has passed since I've longed to touch living flesh again," Hades says as he feels of her face, about to kiss his former lover. "My lord," Faust interrupts to moment between them. "I've upheld my end of the bargain and given you your freedom and the Amazon Queen. And now I demand what you promised me." "Ah yes," Hades says as his arm powers up, "ultimate knowledge." The god touches Faust's forehead, rapidly aging him to an elderly man. "Ultimately, pain and suffering are all you will know." "Good lord," Superman says from the place they were hiding at. Diana grabs a sword and breaks the chains holding Hippolyta, grabbing her and running away. "Hurry, mother." "Hippolyta," Hades says amusedly, "you didn't tell me you had a daughter." Hades breathes out a fireball at them, but the two took cover behind a rock just in time. The god approached them and says, "I wonder if she's as loving as her mother." Superman flies in and punches him away from the ladies, the god only scooting back a couple of feet. He tries to attack again, but Hades just backhands him into some rubble. Hades catches a batarang before it hit him, but it blew up, barely affecting him as Batman tried again futilely, the second one just being knocked away. Flash runs at Hades and punches him in all directions, but he wasn't budging at all. Hades was annoyed and breathed fire at Flash, forcing the speedster to run away and say in disgust, "Somebody get this guy a breath mint." Flash manages to dodge Hades' fire attack completely, running along walls and pillars as they were destroyed behind him. Jean drops from above onto Hades, but Hades burns him and causes him to be knocked away. Diana helps Hippolyta up and asks, "Are you alright?" "Yes, but Hades must be stopped," Hippolyta says before picking up a sword and shield. "You dare to challenge a god?" Hades calls out before he makes the ground rise beneath himself and shake the area around them. "Oh," Flash says as he looks around. Arms rise from the ground and grab Flash, revealing that the dead warriors there were coming back to life. "Behold the fate of all heroes," Hades says as his skeleton army rises. They came out from all places and formed into ranks before charging the heroes. Flash yells as he struggles to get free from the undead, "Get him off." Superman cuts down a bunch of skeletons with his heat vision before flying towards him. "Hang on." The Kryptonian grabs Flash and flies up with him as the Scarlet Speedster gets an arm off him and says, gross." Batman grapples to the ceiling and kicks a skeleton's head into dust, making it fall to the ground below. One of the army throws an axe at Line, cutting it and making Batman drop to the ground. Batman throws a batarang that embeds into a skeleton's chest before exploding, taking out several of them in the process. Several of them try to gang up on Jean, but he just became intangible and let them take each other out before punching the last one in front of him. Diana and Hippolyta fight them back to back, slicing them with the blades they were using. "They're endless." Diana says to her mother, "How can we overcome them?" "You can't," Hades answered her with a wicked smirk. The god sees Batman and Jean were doing well, so he breathes more fire at them, causing them to run away and get knocked down by the blast. Hades takes down Flash and Superman after that, laughing at his inevitable victory. "Bow to me, mortals." All Might calls out, "As long as we're standing, you're destined to fail, Hades." All Might charges his fist and yells out, "Delaware, smash." He creates colossal shockwave that blasts away hundreds of the warriors, weakening Hades' army completely. Hades braces himself from the impact and is barely affected like before. Not even your cheap knockoff of godlike powers called quirks can save you. The god was about to blast All Might, but a grapple line wraps around his throat and jerks his head back, causing his attack to hit the ceiling and knock several rocks down. Hades was even more furious and looks where it came from. "Who dares defy me?" It was Izuku trying to pull Hades away and toward the gate. He yells at him, in conflict with his fear of Hades and his fear of losing the heroes. "I won't let you do any more to them." Diana calls out when she notices he's there to her horror. "Izuku, no." Hades would have been more angry, but this being a mere child left him to go easy on Izuku, instead just cutting the rope and looking at him. He smirks over at Diana and Hippolyta. "Is this your apprentice, or did your daughter get busy as well?" Diana glares at Hades and points her blade at him. "If you touch a single hair on him, I will bring the wrath of Zeus and Hera down on you." Hades tells Izuku, "Tell you what, I'll let you escape with her if you let me have my darling Hippolyta. You obviously have more courage than previous men who came here, that I feel it would be a waste to end your life. In fact, I can spare all of your friends if you serve under me." Young Midoriya didn't even think twice before throwing several smoke bombs at Hades. Not a chance. While Hades was distracted with Izuku, Faust weakly got up and fired one more spell at Hades, back before falling down. "Great Hera," Diana exclaimed as she sees Hades in pain from the attack. Diana and Hippolyta could only watch in fear as Hades' true looks were revealed. "Now you see his true face," Hippolyta says after the transformation ended. Hades breathes fire at Faust, blasting his weak body back before turning to the two women again and backhanding away Diana, followed by holding Hippolyta by the arm. "Oh, don't be shy, my love," Hades says in an echoey voice before Diana wraps his other arm in her lasso, prompting Hades to just yank her into some rocks. The god then takes the lasso off and tosses it to Diana. "I'll get to you when I'm finished with your mother." Hippolyta kicks at Hades' face to free herself before landing down safely and pointing to the gateway. "Diana, the key, it's our only hope." Diana flies over and grabs the key, getting shocked by it. Hippolyta tries to fight Hades, but is disarmed and pinned to the ground. Hades was face to face with her and says possessively, You will be mine and mine alone. Hippolyta calls out, Diana, destroy the key. Diana keeps trying to pull it, but the shock she was getting made it hard to pull. Unexpectedly, Izuku comes up and grabs the key too, getting shocked in the process. Wonder Woman tells Midoriya, let go of it, you'll get yourself killed. Izuku keeps trying to help her move it, despite it hurting him and severely damaging his vigilante outfit with every bolt of lightning that hit. He looks at her teary-eyed and tells her, I couldn't let you do this alone. I'm not going to let you lose your mother. Hades backhands Hippolyta unconscious and goes for them. With one final pull, the two break the key out, launching Izuku at Hades with enough momentum to kick his chest and send him back a foot away. Hades calls out as the key was pulled out. No, back to the pit, you monster. Diana yells before throwing it at the ground, destroying it and sending a huge torrent of fire upwards and into the gateway. The gateway started sucking everything in, including Hades and the skeletons. All Might grabs an unconscious Izuku and tries to jump away from the giant vortex, landing at the other side and holding on as hard as possible. Diana is blown back some and catches herself before she gets inside. Faust turns to dust completely before being pulled into Tartarus with the undead warriors. Batman grapples onto a stable pillar and pulls himself away from the gateway. Flash runs for dear life as tons of ruins were being pulled through the powerful winds. Hades catches an unconscious Hippolyta and tries to climb away from Tartarus, but he's knocked into the gateway by some debris. Mother, Diana says before catching Hippolyta and grabbing the edge of the gateway. I got you. Hades grabs onto Hippolyta and tries to get Diana to let her go, not wanting to lose his former lover again. Diana kicks Hades in the face before he wraps his tongues around her foot, only to get kicked in the face again and knocked away. Hades yells as he was dragged back into Tartarus where he belonged. Diana climbs out of the gateway slowly and just in time before it closed with Hades back inside. The winds died down as the heroes go over to them and the gate locks itself. Hippolyta wakes up and asks, he's gone. What did you ever see in him? Diana asks, curious about why they had a relationship in the first place. Hippolyta is quiet a bit before answering. Ancient history. Thank Athena it's finally over. Is it? Diana asks her, what about our Amazon sisters? Later at the surface of Themyscira. They all come out to see the Amazons were still petrified in stone-like statues of warriors. Jean asks as they look around, is there nothing we can do for them? I still have this snake-headed doohickey. Flash says as he pulls out the amulet. But only Faust knew the spells. Without him, Jean says pointing out the lack of help before being interrupted by something happening. When the sun rose, the amulet glowed and caused Flash to drop it as the spell reversed itself in a bright light. All of Amazons were returned to normal one by one as if nothing happened. But how? Flash asks as he was dumbfounded by this. Batman explains to him, Faust's enchantment could only last as long as he willed it. So now that he's gone, the spell is broken. Diana says before hugging her mother. It's a miracle. Athena be praised, said Hippolyta. Izuku soon wakes up after being carried by All Might and looks around to see the Amazons were back. He says nervously, why are there so many women here? Sometime later, Hippolyta held a ceremony in honor of the heroes' efforts to stop Hades from destroying the world. And for your brave assistance against the sorcerer Faust and the mad god Hades, you have earned our eternal gratitude. Flash looks at one of the Amazons and smiles. Did you hear that? Eternal gratitude. After she hands the medals, how about you and me taking a private tour of paradise? The woman is unfazed by his pickup and ignores her. Flash says to Jean, she wants me. Indeed, Jean says sarcastically to him. Hippolyta adds to her speech. Before you leave, please accept these royal offerings. The women hand out golden wreaths to the male heroes, including Izuku. You are all truly heroes. Hippolyta finished as the women walked away. Superman gives a bow and says, thank you, your majesty. Flash puts his on backwards and looks up at it. Cool. Diana, princess of Themyscira. Step forth. Hippolyta says to her daughter to get her attention before telling her. As your mother, I am overjoyed that you have finally returned to us. Diana looks hopeful that maybe things had actually been healed up between herself and her mother. She continued, But as your queen, I'm obliged to uphold the laws of Themyscira. And in bringing these outsiders to our island, you have broken our most sacred law. This cannot be overlooked. Diana was shocked at this and walks a bit towards her. But mother, she says before stopping when Hippolyta put her hand up and stands up from her throne. Hippolyta explains to her, Diana, I have no choice. It is with a heavy heart that I must exile you from Themyscira. Superman was in shock. What? All Might and Izuku were so surprised by this sudden twist, they had no idea what to say. You can't do that. She risked her butt to save all of you. Hey. Flash yells at them before being stopped by the warriors from coming closer. Superman tries to explain to her. Please, she did this because she loves you. You can't punish her for that. No, mother's right, Diana says in shame of her actions. I did break the law, and I humbly accept your judgment. Hippolyta still shows a face of pain from having to send her own daughter away, not able to say anything more. The fates were against us, mother. Diana says with tears in her before turning away and walking away. Goodbye. One of the warriors says, present arms, signaling all of them to raise their spears in honor of Diana as she leaves the island. The other heroes go to leave with her as Flash still feels all of this wasn't right. That's it, you're just going to walk away. Flash says in unbelief. This is so bogus. Batman grabs his arm and says, don't make this harder than it already is. As they reach the javelin, Izuku hugs Diana before she could step in, trying to comfort her in this moment. She looks down and smiles a bit, at least somewhat glad he cared this much. But the smile was temporary as she goes up the ramp. Let's go. They all got inside and took off, never to return to Themyscira ever again. Hippolyta watches as they leave, saying as her daughter leaves for good. Hera watch over her, my little sun and stars. Izuku's narration. Believe it or not, this wouldn't be the last Wonder Woman would see of her. There was another crisis we would face that called back from Diana's home. I could only pray at that time that maybe Hippolyta might be with her again someday. At Gotham Biotech, it seemed like regular night of patrols for the guards, but it would soon change. A guard at the front door had his neck wrapped around in a tail before being suffocated into unconsciousness. A figure drops, revealing the attacker to be Copperhead. He looks to his approaching teammates and says, he's down. A group of villains come forward, comprising of Solomon Grundy, the Shade, Star Sapphire and two women. One of them was wearing red and black armor that was themed after feudal Japan armor. The other was a blonde-haired woman wearing white clothes and a golden tiara-like headpiece. The blonde woman came over and pet Copperhead's chin as congratulations. Well done, Copperhead. Grundy, be a dear and get the door. Okay, Grundy says before moving Copperhead aside and going to the door panel, putting his hand on it to see the scan wouldn't accept him and just going straight to punching it. The door opens to let the villains walk right inside. Some guards point their guns at the group. You there, don't move. The blonde woman calls out. Sukuri. The ninja woman jumps at the guards and deflects their shots by spinning her katana before rebounding off them and kicking the last one down, ending the fight by putting away her katana. The blonde woman says, we're behind schedule. Shade, cover us. Shade did as told and used his cane to leave pitch black behind them. The team reaches a safe in the building containing what they were there for. The woman tells the team, we've got 3 minutes until the police respond to the silent alarms. Plenty of time, Star Sapphire says before using a laser to cut into the safe, prompting Grundy to knock it open once done so the villains could run inside. The mystery woman reaches a pedestal that has a vial containing a plant of some kind. At last, here it is. What are we stealing? Grundy asked, confused to the whole thing. Copperhead responds carelessly, who cares? As long as we're getting paid. Let's go. The woman says, the whole team leaving to avoid arrest by the authorities. Little did they know they were being watched from the shadows. While they were escaping, Shade was tied by a bola being thrown at him, followed by himself and Copperhead being kicked to the ground by someone swinging to the ground. Batman had come to stop them. I'll take care of this. Star Sapphire says and starts shooting at the Dark Knight. Batman jumps to a mirror on the wall to dodge one and narrowly moves his head out of the way of another shot. Star Sapphire was blasted by her own shot when Batman grabbed the mirror to deflect it back. Grundy throws a few punches that missed him and destroyed the mirror Batman was holding, forcing him to take it off his arm and try to catch a batarang thrown at him, only to get shocked unconscious by said batarang. Sukuri jump kicks Batman in the face and knocks him to the ground before pulling her katana out to try and swing at him, only to miss due to the detective's great reflexes. The blade winds up cutting a line that releases steam into the room. The ninja manages to trip Batman and tries to finish him, but the blade misses and Batman knocks her into the wall, knocking her unconscious too. The blonde woman tries to run away, but Batman throws a bat rope at her and says, "Not so fast." The woman was tied up by the caped crusader, unable to escape, yet. "Who are you?" Batman asks while pulling her towards him. "I answer to no man," the woman says before breaking the ropes with her incredible strength. "Not even you." The warrior grabs Batman and throws him into one of the walls, then grabbing him again and throwing him into a large pipe. The woman escapes as Batman falls unconscious, holding a necklace he managed to steal from her before being thrown. Later on a rooftop in another city, Batman had managed to find Wonder Woman in order to investigate the robbery that happened in Gotham, knowing the clue left behind was linked to her people. "An Amazon?" Diana questioned, doubting what Batman was telling him. "That's ridiculous." "I don't think so," Batman says as he pulls out the necklace he found and tosses it to Diana to catch. "I managed to take this off her. It's an Amazon design, isn't it?" "Yes, but it could be a forgery," Diana answered while observing it before tossing it back to Batman for him to take as she goes to leave. "Besides, Amazons don't steal, it's against our code. And we never leave the island." "Never," Batman counters skeptically, pointing out that she herself has broken several rules recently. Diana just turns and glares at him before leaving. Meanwhile, at a secret hideout, the Amazon from before was explaining their next heist to the others. "I know it seems complex, but if everyone does their job, we'll crack this place wide open." "You still haven't said what we're stealing," Star Sapphire points out from her spot in the room. "More chemicals." "No, our target's the gem depository," she tells her. "It holds almost $25 million in precious stones." "Gems," Star Sapphire says. "Count me in." "I like her style," Copperhead comments from where he was. Shade adds, "A definite improvement over Luther." "So we're all on board?" the Amazon asks the team. Grundy responds back, feeling unsure about the job. "Grundy don't know." The Amazon comes over and pets Grundy. "We need everybody, big man. Would a little advance persuade you?" she asks before opening a chest nearby filled with tons of gold. "What about the Justice League?" Grundy asks, still not certain if he could do the job. Grundy not want to fight them again. "Don't worry your pretty little head, Solomon," the Amazon says as she cups his chin. "I'll take care of them." Grundy smiles some, at least able to go along with the job, prompting the Amazon to smirk. Meanwhile at the Watchtower, Izuku was just finishing studies when Jean approached him, causing him to stop and look at him. "Hey Jean, what's going on?" Jean tells him, "Superman suggested that you go on a stakeout to find a certain villain while him and a few others investigate a crime in progress. Isn't it a little early to put me against a villain on my own? I doubt even Ua would approve this method." Izuku asks him, not sure why now of all times he was on the streets. "Don't worry, because I will be there," All Might says when walks in on the two. Jean explains to Izuku, "All Might will be watching you from a distance in case something happens during your mission. Hopefully, it won't take longer than his form can handle." Izuku smiles some and gets up. "Great, who am I after?" Jean pulls up a certain villainess on the computer. Jinx is still at large ever since she escaped juvenile detention after her last defeat by your hands. It's likely she's planning a heist to draw you out for a rematch. All Might feels his chin. "Interesting. Seems you earned yourself your first ever rogue." Izuku was kind of surprised at this new info, now knowing he already has someone who wishes to fight him. Later at the gem depository, the Amazon takes out a guard and calls the teammates. "You all in position." Copperhead was pulling out wires from where he was. "Copperhead ready." "Star Sapphire ready," Sapphire says from her lookout position. Shade calls for himself and Grundy over a pile of knocked out guards. Shade and Grundy ready. Sukuri ready. Sukuri says from where she was after having knocked out her guard. You all know your jobs. The woman says, I'll take out the security cameras and meet you at the vault. The Amazon tears open and walks into the building, looking up at the security camera and saying, this message is for the Justice League. As I speak, my friends are robbing the gem depository. We dare you and the police to try and stop us. She says as she walks off down the hallway. That should get their attention. Meanwhile at a museum in the same city, Izuku was in his vigilante disguise and watching from outside, knowing at some point Jinx will commit theft there. All Might would be nearby to come help, though he was also dealing with a few rescues a few streets over. To signal the start of the mission, all of the glass doors shatter, causing the alarms to trigger as Jinx stepped out with a few bags. What Izuku didn't know was that he was on his own since the police were all busy with a completely different crime. Izuku shot a line in an attempt to trip her, but the girl just flipped over it and landed at the bottom of the stairs perfectly. Jinx smirks in the direction the line came from. I knew you'd show up, fight me. Izuku jumps off the building in time before a wave Jinx sent out caused some of the brickwork to fall down, slowing his fall with a grapple to the museum and landing on his feet. The boy hero looks at her. I didn't come to fight you, Jinx. Just stop you from leaving until the police arrive. Jinx teases him. I'm not into that kind of party. Why don't you show me what new tricks you learned? The girl sends more waves at Izuku, forcing the boy hero to roll out of the way as things were destroyed or out of control like a mailbox, fire hydrant and even a car. Izuku throws a smoke bomb at her, hoping she would stop if there wasn't anything to see. Unfortunately, Jinx just sent a wave at the air conditioners and fans inside the museum, cranking them up to an 11 and sending the smoke out into the road. The green-haired hero had to jump onto a car that was driving wildly through the smoke, getting the driver out through the window just in time before the car crashed into a light pole. Izuku calls out as he hurries towards the pink-haired villainess. You need to stop now before you kill someone. Jinx realizes that the boy wasn't going to go easy on her this time, which is exactly what she wanted from him, prompting her to start running away. Now I get some real fun. Back at the gem depository. The Amazon had told everyone else to leave as she had to do one more thing before joining them. She breaks open part of the vault and gets out a red gem before running out of the vault, only to get stopped by a voice. You might want to put that back, Superman says as he flies in and lands in front of her. You want this? She asks before pulling the gem out. You'll have to take it. Have it your way. Superman says as he attempts to grab it, only to be tricked into a chokehold by the Amazon. I intend to, she says before kicking him in the back and kicking him into a wall after that. Superman gets up and says, you're stronger than you look, but you can't win. Oh really? The Amazon said before throwing a device at him that blew up into a puff of smoke. Superman coughs a lot as he starts sweating from whatever he was exposed to. You still think so, big man? The woman taunts him before leaving towards the hole. The Kryptonian tried to stop her, but he was getting too weak to barely walk. The police sergeant calls out as the woman lands outside and charges towards the police barricade. Here comes another one. The Amazon jumps over the barricade, bounces off a car and lands on the other side, running away as the police open fire on her, not that it would do much to stop her. Superman sees her get away as he leans against the hole in the building, unable to do anything to help. Stop. Wonder Woman lands in front of the Amazon and says, that's far enough. The woman was surprised to see her. Diana was equally surprised. Aria? Aria just grabs Diana and throws her into a brick wall, saying to her as she lands, I'd love to stay and chat, but you might want to look after your friend. Diana looks to where she gestures and sees Superman weakly fall from the hole and crash onto the ground below. Superman, she calls out as she hurries to go help him. Aria flees the scene, now doing all she needed to do here. Diana lands next to Superman and turns him over, seeing the haunting condition he was in. The hero was barely on the edge as his veins turned dark from whatever he was exposed to. She was shocked at the sight, unsure what Aria did to him. Superman. Flash and Green Lantern arrive soon to help her out. Hey, what's wrong with the big guy? Flash asks. I'm not sure, I found him like this after meeting Aria. Diana answered, just as clueless as the speedster. Who? Flash asks, now even more lost on the events. One of my Amazon sisters, Diana explains to him. Flash asks her a crucial question. I thought they never let them off the island? Where is this Aria? GL asks her. She got away. The Amazon princess tells him. You track her down while I take Superman to the Watchtower. An Amazon, huh? Flash says after Diana flew away. So what now? Flash wasn't sure how they would find their target. What? Like fingerprints, matchbooks, self-addressed stamped envelopes. Know this. GL tells the speedster, finding a sample of a substance on the ground where Aria's feet once were. Later at the Watchtower, Superman was in the infirmary as Martian Manhunter looked over him. His condition is deteriorating, Jean says as he looks over scans of Superman's body. Diana questions on how the Man of Steel was like this. He's practically invulnerable. What could do this to him? Unfortunately, there isn't much data on Kryptonian physiology, but I'll do my best to help him, Jean tells Diana. I know you will, Jean, Diana says as she puts a hand on his shoulder. A sound goes off near them, prompting Diana to check the monitor nearby and say, it's Green Lantern. Maybe he and Flash have found something. Later at the hangar, GL flies in and puts Flash on the ground as Diana hurries in. Diana, I need a hand. What happened? Diana asks as he sees Flash sweating a lot like Superman did earlier. I don't know. GL answered. Flash collapsed, so I brought him here too. Actually, I'm not feeling all that good, myself. GL collapsed against Diana's chest as she calls out in worry, Lantern. Meanwhile at the villain hideout, Copperhead holds a red gem as he says, not bad. Be a dear and hand me those, would you? Aria asks him as he complies and gives them to her. Aria slams them together and crushes them, reducing them to tiny bits and powder before dropping it all into the chemicals. Why do you do that? Grundy not understand, Grundy says from where he was. Solomon, for once, you and I are in perfect agreement. I want some answers, Shade says. We all do. Star Sapphire agrees with them. What is all this? I think we have a right to know. The villains approach her as she tells them. You're right. It's time I showed you exactly what my plan is. Aria throws a device exactly like the one Superman was hit with at the villains, exploding into smoke as the villains all cough from the gases. Shade, Copperhead and Grundy all collapse from the smoke as Aria looks over them. Meanwhile with Batman and Hawkgirl in the Batjet. Hawkgirl had told Batman all that she was told when Batman had sent her to question Hippolyta on the Mysteria. Batman thinks on what he heard, so this Aria is not really an Amazon. Hawkgirl responds. She's an orphan. It's hard to imagine what kind of trauma that could do to a child. Batman stayed silent on that, not exactly in the mood to comment on the story. Suddenly, the Batjet picks up on calls for help. Emergency situation. Repeat. This is an emergency situation. This is air traffic control. All runways are full and we've got 30 planes stacked up in the air. What's the nearest secondary airstrip? I'm low on fuel. I've got sick people on board. Please clear this channel unless absolutely necessary. Batman turns it off and flies the Batjet to the city nearby. Later at the city, the whole place was in chaos as smoke builds up and cars crashed and piled into each other. Female firefighters were busy trying to calm down the burning buildings, desperately spraying the flames with whatever hoses they had. One of the firefighters calls on intercom, Unit 32 requesting backup. Some female paramedics help a sick man into the ambulance as one of them says, his pulse is erratic, he's going into shock. Suddenly, the glass protecting a high-voltage panel blows off, showing the flames were about to blow up the power. One of the firewomen calls out, knock down those flames before they hit the main line. It was already too late. The main line blows up from exposure to the flames, knocking the women off their feet. Paramedics hurry to help them as Batman and Hawkgirl watch from above. Hawkgirl says as she sees what's happening, it's like some kind of plague, and half the city's got it. Yes. Batman says as he knows what's really going on. The male half. Back with Izuku. He was currently chasing Jinx around the city for a bit, having to occasionally dodge an attack from her before launching one of his gadgets to try to catch her. The boy was almost close enough to get her, but then had to narrowly dodge a dump truck that almost hit him. Izuku thinks after he saw the truck crash into a tree. That's strange. There wasn't any of Jinx's waves on that and the vehicle was never broken to begin with. What could have caused that? He goes to help the man who was still inside the truck, leaving his chase with Jinx for now. The girl calls out, "Hey, what are you doing? The police will handle him later." Izuku ignored her and tries to help the driver out, seeing he was unconscious and wasn't looking very well. Jinx then sees that truck didn't hit a tree but a power line, and it was about to hit the gas line beneath Izuku. Thinking quickly, Jinx uses her powers to send the pole crashing the other direction, preventing an explosion from ever happening. Izuku was surprised at this as Jinx comes over and helps him get the man out of the truck. After they got him somewhere safe, Izuku asks her, "Why did you save me?" Jinx just scoffs and claims something else to him. "If you're going down, I want it to be me that ends you." The boy could see through it. "I don't think it's that. You could have saved yourself the trouble and made the explosion go off yourself, or just kill me earlier back there." Jinx tries to think of another excuse, but couldn't since Izuku already saw past her, causing her to groan at herself for not thinking this through. Great. Izuku tells her kindly, showing he didn't mind in this scenario. "You can tell me, I'm not going to judge you for whatever it is." Jinx sighs and decided to tell him, feeling she could trust the young hero. "I don't know. You just make me feel special and important. Before I met you, I was still nothing but a graduate from HIVE graduate with no major goals that I finished. Everywhere I went, heroes either went easy on me before capturing me or villains underestimated and underappreciated my work." She looks at him and continued on her reason. "But you took me seriously, even though the Injustice Gang and the Justice League didn't pay me much attention. You didn't just catch me, you went all out on me and treated me like I was an actual rival and nemesis." Jinx then slows down to think for a bit. "What I never got was, why did you save my life if you knew I was a big threat to you and your friends?" Izuku answered her in a simple, yet meaningful way. "Because I don't want to be the hero who fights everyone. I want to be the one that saves everyone, even if they're criminal. You can try to take me down as much as you want, but I won't turn my back on my friends, family, teachers and even you." Jinx was surprised at his answer, though she eventually calms down and looks in another direction. The green-haired boy tells her, "It's not too late for you to get a better life than this. You can use your powers to help people like you did with me back there." She sighs and tells him, "It is too late for me. I took lessons from a villain academy. No one would trust someone like me with bad luck powers and who's lived in a villain society." Izuku nods and tells her, "Good point. You may have to be watched by other heroes, but even the Justice League can admit you're better than these villains if you do your best." The boy finished, "You're a lot stronger than you think you are." Jinx was amazed she got a hero like him for a rival, not sure whether to think he was naive or fully confident. She asks him, "Can I see what you look like underneath the hood?" Izuku was shocked and backs up a bit. Sorry, but Batman told me keeping my identity a secret is one of the most important things on the job." Jinx shakes her head. "I'm not going to go after your friends and family. I want to see your face and know what my nemesis looks like underneath it all." The boy asks her, "Are you sure?" The villainess nods. "Yes. I'm not planning on revenge from here on out. All I want from you is for you to be my rival and give me someone to go against." The pink-haired girl grabs Izuku's hood and mask and takes them off, revealing the face of the young boy, a shy nerd from what the looks and mannerisms imply. Jinx couldn't help but blush at how adorable he looked, but quickly shakes out of her stupor and giggles at his looks in an attempt to hide her reaction. "Nice hair, lettuce head." Izuku blushes too, but more in embarrassment than whatever was going on in Jinx's head. "I know, it looks stupid." He then looked at her. "Kind of strange you're actually wanting a nemesis relationship, except without the threatening close people to me." Jinx shrugs and says, "Think of it as a frenemy thing. I cause trouble and you try to stop me, then it ends with me being captured or still out there." Izuku puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "I mean it when I say the hero side would treat you better than the villain side. Let me know whenever you change your mind and want to give it a try." They soon hear fire trucks and ambulances more and more, hinting that there was more going on in the city than sick truck driver. The two go to the sounds and see several emergency women trying to put out fires and tend to male patients. Jinx was confused at the scene. What's going on with the city? I don't know, but it looks like only women are able to help right now. We should probably stop for now and help them. Oh. Izuku answered, but then trails off, feeling weak in the legs. Jinx was soon worried when she sees the state Izuku was in, especially on his face. The male hero had his veins darken, his face sweating and his limbs looked to be getting weaker and weaker. Izuku trips over himself, forcing Jinx to catch him and get him to the ground. The young vigilante coughs for a bit before falling unconscious. Jinx calls out to him. Wake up, don't go down on me. It was too late to keep him conscious. The pandemic claimed Izuku too. The girl villainess could only tear up some in the fear she may have already lost him. No. Emergency crews were working overtime as paramedics quickly wheeled male patients into the ambulances. One of the firefighters called for the crew. Emergency response units, we need backup at 5th and Horton. Nearby the place, another man weakly falls down from the sickness infecting the city, prompting another female medic to come help him. We got another one. She calls on the walkie-talkie, eyes glassy and non-responsive. As this was happening, Aria, Star Sapphire and Sukuri watch from a rooftop nearby. So the poison only affects men? Sukuri asks as she sees the madness on the streets. Exactly. Aria replied. That's why it didn't hurt you too. But why? Star Sapphire asks her. What do you have to gain from all of this? What do I have to gain? Aria responds back with a glare before gesturing to the city. Look around you. Man's world is filled with greed, deception and cruelty. But I'm going to change all that. Today, we women take control. You can't be serious. Star Sapphire says in surprise at such a big goal. Aria smirks and replies. Can't I? Meanwhile with Batman. The Dark Knight jumps out of the top floor of a burning building with a boy in his arm, using his other arm to fire a grapple line and slowly descend down to the ground below. Hawkgirl lands down nearby to help him out with whoever he just rescued. Batman tells her as he hands the boy to her. Lucky I found this one, but he's not doing well. I'll get him to a hospital, she says before taking off into the air with him. Batman soon noticed his vision was getting blurry while he watched her flying away, now realizing his body may be trying to hold off the poison for now. Batman. Wonder Woman says as she lands down and Batman turns to see her. You were right, it was a renegade Amazon. I know, Batman replies back, never being surprised about this all along. Wonder Woman thinks on this development. I just couldn't believe that one of my sisters could actually. They were interrupted when they saw a bus out of control coming towards them, forcing them to get out of the way. Batman chases after it, knowing the driver was infected and could cause casualties if not stopped. During the chase, it knocked over a dish tower, forcing Diana to fly over and catch it before it landed on some civilians. Batman managed to get close enough to fire a grapple line into the back window, launching himself into the inside of it as glass shatters at his entrance. The Dark Knight hurries to the front and tries to steer the bus, crashing through a car before seeing he was approaching a fire crew. Look out, one of the women shout as they all try to get out of the way. Batman turns hard on the steering wheel, forcing the bus to fall over on its side and slide all the way until it pushed against a fire truck and stopped. Water bursted out of the truck as Batman breaks the front window open, laying the male driver at the fire truck. Diana lands down as she sees Batman's strength fail him and fall down, forcing her to catch him and turn him over to see he was infected like everyone else. Batman. Emergency response hurries over to check on the driver and Batman. Later at the Watchtower, all of the male heroes except Martian Manhunter and All Might were in the infirmary beds, each infected with the same plague the city below had. How is he, Jean? Hawkgirl asks the Martian. Just like the others, Jean explains to them. Whatever they have, it appears to be an allergen, not a virus. But I can't seem to isolate it. Still, every puzzle must have a solution. Diana asks All Might, how come you haven't been affected yet? All Might answered her, one for all may have temporary immunity, but it probably won't be long until both the allergen and my injury force me back into my normal form. So where do we start? Hawkgirl asks Jean. That's easy, Diana answered. We find Aria. Later in the Javelin leaves the Watchtower with the remaining heroes minus Jean towards the planet below. Diana talks while they go down. Even when she was a child, I sensed a bitterness within her. She was never really one of us. I think she fits in pretty well. Hawkgirl replies. How can you say that? Diana asks her. Aria is just taking your precious Amazon code to its logical extension. Hawkgirl tells her. We don't teach hatred, Diana tells her, still not believing this is the Amazon way. Except when it comes to men. Hawkgirl counters, pointing out the fact that men are banned from the island and that they were to reject the outside world since men dwell there. All Might speaks up himself. This isn't entirely the Amazon's fault. Aria being exposed to the worst of men as a child means she never got to see any of them do good before landing on Themyscira. The one-for-all hero looks out the windows. You can imagine how much hatred you have for something that you didn't get to see the good side of. Diana thinks about these things for a bit before they reach the city. Meanwhile at the United States Air Force Base, all of the female guards were on duty since the males were all being treated, meaning the place was vulnerable with there being less people to protect it. Aria lands on one of them to knock her out, heading to the entrance of one of the hangars and failing at the lock pad. You there, halt, a guard says as she and her partner run towards her. Sukuri jumps from a jet and kicks both of them down, going over to Aria and giving a short bow of her head. Well done, Aria says before destroying the panel and prying the hangar door open to reveal a large bomber aircraft inside, the right vehicle needed to spread the allergen everywhere. It's perfect, Aria says as she looks at it. Absolutely perfect. For what? Says Hippolyta as she enters the hangar behind them. More betrayal, more destruction. Your Highness, Aria says with a bow as Sukuri sneaks away in the shadows. You of all people should understand why I am doing this. No, Hippolyta tells her, not having any of it. You have violated sacred Amazonian law. I'm sorry you see it that way, Aria says, disappointed she couldn't get her new mother figure on board. Sukuri sneaks up from behind and knocks the Amazon Queen down, catching her completely off guard. Aria finished after that, but I've come too far to turn back now. Back at the city, Wonder Woman lands down to see about helping the female fire departments. Do you need help here? Thanks, but we finally got this one contained. The firefighter tells her. Hawkgirl goes over and checks the medics. Any remaining victims? Just sent the last one to Gotham General. The medic answered. Good work ladies, the firefighter chief says. Let's wrap this up. All emergency crew that were at the street boarded the fire trucks and left to go deal with other calls. They seem to be on top of things. Hawkgirl comments as she walks up to Diana. Impressive. It almost reminds me of home. Diana adds. Yes, but who wants to live in a world without men? Hawkgirl asks her. They can't possibly be that essentially to your life. Diana replies back, skeptical about how important they were in the real world. Hawkgirl smiles and says, don't knock it till you've tried it, princess. Let's find Aria. Diana thinks on it for a few seconds before flying after Hawkgirl. Later in the skies over the city, two female pilots were steering a helicopter over the city streets, trying to get to the location of another emergency. One of them tries to contact through radio. This is Medevac 9 requesting clearance. Over. The helicopter flies through some smoke before finding itself in the path of power lines on the other side. Look out, the co-pilot says. It was too late, they hit the power lines, which got caught in the propeller and sent electricity throughout the helicopter. Just when it seemed they would crash to the ground, Wonder Woman arrives and catches the helicopter. I've got you, sisters. She tells them as she flies up with the helicopter in her hold, but then soon gets shocked by a power line. The Amazon crashes onto a rooftop with the helicopter landing on top of her. Hawkgirl breaks one of the doors open with her mace and gets the co-pilot, but then sees a power line light a trail of fuel nearby. Great, hurry. Diana tears the door out and gets the unconscious pilot out as they all rush away before the flames reach the fuel tank, blowing up the helicopter and sending its remains off the rooftop. The two heroines rushed to catch the burning helicopter before it hit the ground where the citizens were. "Need a hand?" a voice asked before someone flew down and caught the helicopter in an energy beam, flying it up towards the rooftop it fell from. After it was safely on the roof, the two heroines cautiously approached what was revealed to be Star Sapphire that helped them. "Relax," Star Sapphire says, trying to ease the tension. "I'm not here to fight. In fact, I came to warn you." "About Aria?" Diana asks, remembering she was working with her. "She's crazy," the villainess tells her. "She wants to wipe out all the men in the world." "We noticed," Hawkgirl sarcastically responds before asking her, "Where is she?" "She and Sukuri are at the air base, but it may already be too late," Star Sapphire tells them. Diana then hears someone on the streets below calling for help, causing the Amazon to hurry to the voice. She finds Jinx trying to carry an unconscious Izuku, though she was tired after doing it for so many blocks. Diana glares at the girl and says, "Let go of him. I'm not holding him hostage, I carried him to find you and your league." Jinx tells her, prompting the princess to drop her guard. "He needs help now." Jinx shows Izuku to Diana, with the Amazon shocked to see the boy had caught the same symptoms as all the other males. Diana clenched her fist and says under her breath, "This time, Aria has gone too far." Later at the air base, Aria and Sukuri had spent most of their time there trying to load the substance into the aircraft, planning to drop all of it into the atmosphere and wipe out the rest of the men in the world. "That's the last one," Sukuri says as she walks down the ramp to report the news to Aria. "All the chemicals are on board." "Good," Aria says. "Then there's one unfinished matter to attend to. And it will remain unfinished," says Diana's voice, surprising the villains as she, Hawkgirl and Star Sapphire fly in. Diana punches Sukuri back several feet, knocking her into some barrels that fell on top of her. Hawkgirl tries to hit her with her mace while Aria tries to block it with her bracelets, but the impact was hard enough to launch her off her feet and onto her back. Aria gets up as Diana goes over to join Hawkgirl. "What took you?" The heroines tried to attack her, but Star Sapphire put up a barrier to stop them. They had been set up. "Forgive our little deception," Star Sapphire says before landing next to Aria. "Diana, I had Star Sapphire bring you here so I could offer you one last chance to join our noble cause." Aria tells her, "Man's world may not be perfect, but destroying it isn't the answer." Diana says, declining her offer, "You would stand against us, your sisters?" Aria asks, questioning her stance on the matter. "Yes," Diana said without a single bit of hesitation. "A pity," Aria says in disappointment. "For you," says a voice as a blur came rushing in, shouting as they punched the barrier. "Delaware." Smash. The impact shattered the barrier, making Star Sapphire try to balance herself from it. All Might stood up after completing his move. "Because I am H." He was interrupted when he felt the effects from the allergen threatened to weaken his quirk. "Crap," All Might thought. "This disease is cutting my time in my form short. I have to help the others as much as I can before my last few minutes run out." Star Sapphire shoots lasers at the heroes, which Diana blocks them with her bracelets. Sukuri jumps from above and kicks Hawkgirl back a few feet, but Hawkgirl blocks a few strikes from her katana before breaking the blade completely with one swing of her mace. The ninja ducks under a swing and sweeps her off her feet, quickly trying to grab the mace from her, but Hawkgirl shocks her with the energy from it and knocks her out. Aria sneaks from behind and punches Hawkgirl out, knocking her unconscious as well. The Amazon villain looks to see Diana still blocking off attacks from Star Sapphire before throwing a fuel barrel at her, which her shooting it results in an explosion that blasts her into a wall, creating a huge cut in it while sliding down to the ground. With Diana distracted, Aria threw a punch across her face, knocking her to the ground near the ramp of the aircraft. "A valiant effort, Diana," Aria says, "but you won't stop us. I guarantee it." Sukuri comes down the ramp to show Hippolyta tied up, mouth covered and having a blade near her. All Might's eyes widened while showing shock like Diana at the sudden hostage situation. "Let her go," Diana demands her, wanting her mother to be safe. "You're in no position to give orders here," Aria tells her, Then saying as Hawkgirl landed near Diana. Don't move, I'm warning you, I don't want to hurt her, but I will. The two heroines ran at Aria, only for them to both get shot down by Star Sapphire, Diana almost making it to her. Well done Sapphire. Aria congratulates her before telling her other partner. Sukuri, get us out of here. Not so fast. All Might calls out and dashes at them, quickly taking out Star Sapphire before sprinting towards Aria in a final effort to stop her. But before All Might could even get within inches of her, his time ran out. All Might suddenly changed back to his weak form as his veins darkened from the allergen, coughing out blood before falling down to the ground. Not even All Might was strong enough to fight this, so it was all up to the heroines to stop her. Before Aria could finish All Might herself, the ground beneath her suddenly gave in, trapping her legs inside concrete. Just at the hangar door was Jinx using her powers on her. She glares at her. So you're the one who's trying to kill my nemesis. Good, because I'm done playing around. Star Sapphire recovers from her previous attack and shoots at Jinx, but the girl counters with her own blasts, making the area between them a fireworks show of colors hitting each other. The fight went on for a minute before Star Sapphire saw signs of her tiring out, finishing her off with a blast that knocks her down. Aria broke her legs free and the villains made their way up the ramp. Sukuri pilots the aircraft out of the hangar and up into the air, leaving the heroes behind. Mother! Diana calls out as she sees them leave. Hawkgirl gets her attention and shows her a vial. Diana, I found this inside. The allergen? Diana asks. Has to be. Hawkgirl answered. It might be the key to an antidote. You take it, All Might and Jinx to Jean. Diana says before turning to leave. I'll stop Aria. Think you can catch thing? Hawkgirl asks. It's fast, but so am I. Diana answered back before running and taking off into the air. Later at the Watchtower, Hawkgirl calls Martian Manhunter. Jean, I've got a sample of oh no. Jean looked sick like everyone else, the veins showing again as he tells her weakly. The allergen, it must have been on Superman's costume when I touched it. The Martian slowly fall unconscious, the allergen finally taking its toll on him. Jean, Hawkgirl calls out in worry. Meanwhile in the upper atmosphere, the aircraft was flying with the villains and Hippolyta inside as the bombs were ready to be launched. Diana caught up to it and rammed fists first at the rear of the aircraft, shaking the whole ride. What happened? Aria asks as her and Sapphire go to the cockpit to Sukuri. I lost the hydraulics, Sukuri tells her. The aircraft descended fast towards the surface, barely meters away from the ocean beneath them. How long can you keep this in the air? Aria asks her. I don't know, we're still losing altitude. Sukuri answered, struggling to keep their ride in the air. Then we'll have to launch from here. Aria says, running back towards the systems in the back. I'll recompute the coordinates. Another loud banging sound came in the back, prompting Aria to tell Sapphire. Go see what that was. Star Sapphire looks through one of the holes and sees Diana on the tail of the aircraft. Uh-oh, better hurry with those launch codes. As Diana tries to climb her way up the aircraft, Star Sapphire exits out of the ramp and shoots at her, which Diana dodged just in time as it damaged the tail fin and caused smoke to pour out. Diana continually blocks Sapphire's energy beams, only for Sapphire to narrowly dodge a different shot aimed at her. Hawkgirl was piloting the javelin to come help her, shooting several lasers at her as Sapphire put a shield around herself. Sukuri picks up the javelin on radar. We've got company. You know what to do. Aria tells her before she turns on the turrets on the aircraft to try and shoot the javelin. Hawkgirl was able to dodge the constant fire aimed at her as Diana tore a turret loose and threw it at Sapphire, taking her out for good into the ocean below. Diana got a turret to shoot at the aircraft itself, giving a hole for them to use. Unfortunately, a turret shot one of Hawkgirl's wings and made her fall, but Diana catches her by the leg with her lasso and pulls her on board as they both enter the hole Diana made. The heroines attempt to take the cockpit as Sukuri tries to fight Hawkgirl again, only to get knocked back. You fools, Aria tells them, trying again to convince them. Don't you see, we're not you enemy, it's the men. They must be destroyed. You're wrong, Aria, says Hippolyta, revealing that she managed to escape. Without men, you wouldn't still be here. Hippolyta walks over towards Aresia and tells her part of the story she never told her. Apparently, before Aresia arrived at Themyscira, a man had saved her from dying and got her to shore. Unfortunately, the man paid a heavy price for his selflessness, and is now the only man to be buried on Themyscira. So you see, Hippolyta tells her, for all your hatred of men, it turns out you owe your life to one. Why didn't you ever tell me about this? Aresia asks her, bothered that the truth was hidden from her. I didn't think it was important. Hippolyta explains to her, I didn't think he was important. Maybe it's time to reconsider that. Hawkgirl speaks up. So everything you ever preached was a lie. Aresia says in realization of the truth. Not everything. Hippolyta tells Aresia, hinting that some of the Amazon's views still held merit. Still, Aresia says, not changing her mind. The acts of one man cannot redeem the sins of his kind. They all must pay. No, Hippolyta calls out as she tries to stop her, only to get hit out of the aircraft by Aresia. Hawkgirl flies after Hippolyta as Aresia presses the launch button and punches Diana into some of the monitors in the ship. The winged heroine catches Hippolyta just before she hit the water, flying her onto the javelin's ramp and telling Jinx, who had come along with them, keep her safe while we stop the bombs. Jinx helps Hippolyta into the ride for now, but she wasn't done going against Aresia just yet. Meanwhile, Diana was kneed in the face by Aresia, but managed to catch her leg to make her hit the floor. Diana was distracted by seeing the bombs were being armed to drop, opening her to a backhand by Aresia. Hawkgirl hit one of the bomber doors, jamming it and keeping a bomb from being launched. Jinx was quick to help too, using her bad luck powers to make another door jam, followed by making another bomb malfunction. Bay 2 won't open. Sukuri calls out to Aresia. Try number 3. Aresia tells her as she hits Diana back with a bracelet clash. Diana recovers and tries to tackle her, only for Aresia to headbutt her. But Diana managed to sock a few punches across Arisia's face and make her dizzy for a bit before she caught Diana's next punch and landed a backhand and a few punches at the princess. Hawkgirl hits the final bay door as Jinx uses her powers to make all of the missiles activate, while they were still inside the aircraft. Turn the missiles off. Aresia orders Sukuri. It's too late. Sukuri yells as she grabs a jetpack and runs to the nearest exit. Wait, Aresia calls out in desperation. You can't leave. I like you, but not that much, Sukuri says before jumping out of the aircraft to get herself to safety. Diana lands more punches across Arisia's face, tiredly knocking her into another monitor to win the fight. The princess tries to go land the bomber, but Aresia tears a panel out and throws it at her face, knocking Diana through the window of the cockpit and falling away from the aircraft. Diana, Hawkgirl, Hippolyta and Jinx all watched in horror as the bombs go off in the aircraft, taking Aresia with it. Poor Aresia, Hippolyta says as she looks down in remorse and regret for her. May the gods grant her peace at last. Later at the Watchtower, Izuku slowly opens his eyes as he feels his senses return to him, the antidote he was given curing him of the allergen. He looks to see a relieved Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl near his bed, with Jean somewhat recovered to tell him of his status. Diana smiles and says, "Thank Hera you're all right." Hawkgirl smirks as she sees Midoriya rub his eyes. "About time you woke up. I was almost about to use my mace as a defibrillator to revive you." Izuku looks around and asks, what happened?" Jean explains to him, "An allergen that only affects males was spreading across the city, and you happened to get infected during your first lone run. Hawkgirl managed to get a sample of it and medical professionals found a cure to fix it. Is Jinx all right? Last I saw her before being unconscious, she saved me from an accident." Izuku asks him. "She turned herself into juvenile detention after she helped Diana and Hawkgirl with Aresia." Jean answered, surprised in his learning through Izuku's words and his thoughts that he was concerned for the young female villain. Izuku was about to get deep into thought, but stopped when he heard a name he didn't hear about. "Who's Aresia?" Diana sighs and decided to tell him the background with Aresia. Izuku's narration. Diana told me about Arisia's tragic story and how she came to her goal of wiping all men out. Aria was just a normal girl who came from a faraway country that was in the middle of a war between two factions, forcing her and her mother to flee to avoid being killed by the cruelty of the soldiers. She boarded a ship to flee the country, but their ship was attacked by pirates who stole everyone's possessions before drowning the ship, killing everyone but Aria and the captain. The captain found Aria drifting on debris and fought hard to get her to safety and keep her alive. They both made it to the shores of Themyscira where Hippolyta found them, but the captain's heart gave in from desperately trying to save Aria, passing away on the beaches. Hippolyta gave him the only respect she could and buried him in an unmarked grave, keeping the story from Aria. Aria grew up as family among the Amazons and was granted their magic, but she was also taught their views on men as well. She left Themyscira secretly to make her plan to get revenge on all men for ruining her life, despite never getting to see the heroic side of them. Honestly, I felt bad for her and wished I could have done something for her. She grew up only knowing hate, murder and greed during her life, and being isolated from the truth, and the rest of the world didn't help her. But Hot Girl told me there was nothing I could have done to help Aria, since I wasn't aware of anything at the time, and the woman wouldn't believe a young boy like him. Thankfully, everyone else was safe since Superman and Green Lantern were moving the cure around. Before this was all over, Hippolyta had called me for her last meeting with me, having something important for me. Watchtower hangar. Izuku goes over to Hippolyta wearing his causal clothes to see what she wanted, asking her as soon as he reached her. Was there something you needed to tell me? I thought I should thank you for being there for my daughter. Hippolyta tells him, because of you, you motivated her to not give up on men and gave her another purpose. If it wasn't for you, the world would have been doomed twice. Izuku blushes in bashfulness from getting compliments from her. It was nothing, Your Highness. She's one of my teachers and I respect her a lot. Before I go though, I came to tell you that Olympus has sent someone to meet with you. Hippolyta says. Who? Midoriya asks, soon noticing a shadow was suddenly over him before turning around. Behind him was a man wearing a winged helmet, a white toga and brown sandals with wings. The man smiles and tells him, hey there kid, the name is Hermes. Basically I'm Zeus' mailman if you want to know. Izuku was surprised and was about to get on his knees, though Hermes gestures him that he didn't have to. What do any of the gods want with me? Hermes tells him, kid, you and Diana are getting everyone on Olympus' attention ever since both of you took on Hades. The speedy god adds while whispering to him, though your biggest fan is obviously Athena, I'm putting a bet out that she low-key has a huge crush on you, just don't tell anyone I said that. Hermes then explains to him, Zeus, as well as other gods like Odin, Ra and even the big guy himself plan to test you to see if you're worthy to take on a huge threat that will come in the future. It's so big that even Superman, All Might, Batman and the rest of the world's heroes stand no chance against it. Your big test will come soon, but you won't even know it was the test. No pressure kid. Izuku was paralyzed as he heard the news, now realizing there was more at stake through his training. But as he looks over and sees Diana talking with the other heroes, he realizes that if he's gone this far with them, nothing will be impossible. Go ahead and do your worst. I'll fight with everything I got. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.